Sagar sir, good morning. Ajinkya sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir, and welcome.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Somnath sir.
Good morning, Sagar sir. Ajinkya sir, you have selected resource persons very smartly,
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
and I am sure that today's resource person, he is going to have a very effective session today.
Yes,
No doubt
sir.
at all.
बोलायचं असेल तर
Ajinkya sir, good morning.
या गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
Heartiest congrats, Aruti sir and team.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Last week's, I think in last week, more than 2000 they watched our session on YouTube.
Yes.
That's great achievement. Great achievement.
Aruti, sir, can we start the session?
Yeah, we can start with the session, please. Hello,
Thank
am
you
I
so much,
audible? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sagar sir.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning to you, sir.
Yeah,
Good morning.
yeah.
So,
Vibhuti
good
sir,
morning
good
to one
morning.
and all present over here. Today we have the second and the last day of this 2 days workshop, which is sponsored by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere, and organized by Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, Dhanore, Yeola. I welcome Dr. Sagar Firke sir for this session. Now it's time to introduce our today's speaker, Dr. Sagar Firke sir, currently working as Assistant Professor, Nanded College of Pharmacy, Nanded. Talking about educational background of sir, he has completed his bachelor's from SN Institute of Pharmacy, Pusat. He has completed his master's from the same university, that is Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, and the name of institute is SN Institute of Pharmacy, Pusat. He has also completed his PhD from Swami Ramananda Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded. Talking about professional experience, currently he is working as assistant professor in the Department of Pharmaceutics at Nanded Pharmacy College, Nanded. He has also worked as a research scholar for PhD research work at the Center for Research in Pharmaceutical Sciences, Nanded Pharmacy College, Nanded. He was IT coordinator at Present Institute for Examination conducted by SRTM University, Nanded. He has also served as Chief Superintendent in University Examinations conducted by SRTM University. He was Chairman and member of University Examination Paper Setting Committee, a member of University Syllabus Setting Committee, and examiner and moderator at Centralized Assessment Procedure of SRTM University. He is also actively managing various inspections, including PCI and LIC inspections. He has conducted several guest lectures by invitation at Government Ayurvedic College, Nanded on modern pharmaceutical sciences. He is in charge of competitive examinations cell, which is for GPAT and GATE examination. He is also a member of Institute level admission committee. He is managing departmental laboratory and machine room and actively involved in curricular and co-curricular activities at his present institute. He has completed his PhD thesis as formulation characterization and in vitro evaluation of gastroretentive floating microsphere for poorly bioavailable therapeutic agent and its biological validation. He has certain skill set like expertise in design of experiments, statistics, development of solid liquid dosage forms, and software competency in design expert. He has certain instrumental proficiencies like tablet compression machine, dissolution tester, disintegration, cryoablator, wet granulator, planetary mixer, and certain others. He has various publications in national and international journal of repute. Talking about his professional and extracurricular interest, his academic research and formulation development, actively organized and participated in intercollegiate drama and singing competitions. So this is the brief profile of our today's speaker, Dr. Sagar Firke sir. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of management, principal, and entire team, Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, Dhanore, Yaula.
I'm very much thankful to the Institute and Principal Dr. Sanjay Arote, sir, for giving me this opportunity to interact with the students on the topic of GPAT preparation. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are clearly audible.
Yeah.
Now I request Sagar sir to start his session.
Sure. So very good morning to all of you. Today I am going to conduct the interactive session on the topic how to prepare for the GPAT examination for the subject pharmaceutics. So just a minute. Sir, the waiting room is activated on my screen, and some people are requesting me to get them admitted.
Sir, I will admit them. You can please start your session.
Yeah. So in this session, I'm going to talk on the introduction to the pharmaceutics syllabus. Then some of the GPAT related status. Then I will try to cover the three units. Two of them are related with the physical pharmaceutics, and one is from the industrial pharmacy. So I would like to start my presentation with two important quotes. The first quote is, "An investment in knowledge always pay the best return." This quote is given by the Benjamin Franklin. So you people are preparing for the GPAT examination. If you look at the numerical figure of the qualified students compared to the appeared students, so approximately every year 10% students are getting qualified. In spite of knowing this fact, many of the students whoever we are preparing for the examination, they may get qualified or they may not be qualified. But whatever the knowledge they will gain, that certainly will pay the best return to them throughout their entire life. That is why I wish to say that you should always try to earn the knowledge in your student life. Then second, knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it into a fruit salad. So this is what the basic the quote given by the Brian Driscoll. This quote differentiates between the knowledge and the wisdom. Knowledge is the kind of information that you may get earned during your studies, but wisdom is more important than the knowledge. So the best example is that knowing of tomato is a fruit, that everyone knows that tomato is a fruit, but it should not be put it into the fruit salad. This is the kind of a wisdom. Means if you want to correlate with this quote with your preparation, then you can say that you may be aware about different concepts related with the different subjects, but you should know the important points and exceptions which may be helpful or on which the questions may be asked in the GPAT examination. So that is why I started my this presentation with these two quotes. Now, before me, in last Sunday, many of the speakers have conducted the lecture, introductory lecture on the GPAT syllabus. They all have covered these statistical figures. So that is what I don't want to go into the detail. But here I wish to say that the ratio of qualifying students is quite less. It is only in the range of 8 to 10%. So whatever the students are, whatever the students are appearing for the examination, only 8 to 10% students are getting qualified. So why I'm telling you, I'm not afraiding you about the examination, but you should have the serious approach in the preparation of the GPAT examination. This is what I wish to tell you. So in serious approach, there it covers many certain things. So you try to get it understand by the word serious approach. So you have to be very serious during the preparation of the GPAT examination. Now in subject pharmaceutics, we have to cover the number of subjects. You know that the physical pharmaceutics is there, pharmaceutical engineering is there, pharmaceutical technology, distance in pharmacy, biopharmaceutics, cosmetic technology, and pharmaceutical jurisprudence. So you can see that we have to cover the vast syllabus in a very short period of time. Okay, so it is a difficult task, but however it is a difficult task, we have to cover it only by the study. So there is no alternative for the preparation of GPAT. You have to do the very hard work for the preparation. The weightage of the subject is given as per the different subjects. So here pharmaceutics has the highest weightage till now. So in last year, means 2021 examination, there was around 40 questions on pharmaceutics and almost 34 questions on the pharmacology and HAP. Okay. So out of 125 questions, the 40 questions on the pharmaceutics and 34 questions. So you have to give the emphasis on these two subjects. You cannot skip them. Okay. I know that the pharmaceutics is not only a single subject. It has the different subjects to be prepared. But if you cover all the subjects, you may certainly solve these 40. Out of these 40, if you rightly solve the 30 questions, so you may get around 120 marks or above the 100 marks. That will definitely help you in the qualification of the examination. And now I have given the list of the some books which may be beneficial for the preparation of this GPAT examination. So you may refer them. So as per my suggestion, the Leon Lackman, The Theory and Practice of Industrial Pharmacy is one of the best books for the preparation of industrial pharmacy. And the Physical Pharmacy by Marty, which is one of the best books which is beneficial for the preparation of physical pharmaceutics. So similarly, some of the GPAT related books have been mentioned in the slide. You can see them. Out of the three books, the 6 number, 7 number, and 8 number, I personally recommend you those students who are trying to prepare the examination who are going to start the preparation from now. So they may refer the Pearson's Guide to the GPAT, which is a very concise book which covers almost all the aspects related with the GPAT examination, and also some of the sample MCQs and sample questions have been solved in this book. So you can note the different books for which will be used for the preparation of examination. Now, so first thing I want to clear you that I am conducting or I am trying to cover the 3 topics. One is micromeritics, second one is the rheology, and third one is the entire tablet. Okay. So while discussing about this topic, I'm assuming that you people are very well aware about the basic concepts of these topics. So that is why I'm not going to discuss them in detail. Okay, so I'm assuming that you people are aware, because very because the examination is in the February, so that is why I'm expecting that you might have covered the pharmaceutics as a part of GPAT examination. So let us try to discuss with the micromeritics. This is our first topic. Now in this topic, we are going to discuss about the the fundamental properties, the derived properties of the micromeritics, and some of the important points related to the micromeritics. So let us start with the definition. What does the definition say? Micromeritics is the science and technology which deals with the small particles, the study of small particles. So there are two types of properties of the particles to characterize. Okay, one is the fundamental property and second one is the derived property. What is meant by fundamental property? The fundamental properties involves the surface, the particle size, the surface area of the particle size, the particle size distribution, the number of particles present in a particular sample, the volume of particle and particle shape. Similarly, derived properties. So what is meant by derived properties? These are the properties which can be derived from the fundamental properties. Okay, likewise the porosity, the density, the bulkiness and the flow properties. So these properties has been derived from the fundamental properties, therefore they are called as the derived properties. Now this unit is all about the determination of the particle size, the determination of the surface area, then what we can say, the explanation or interpretation of the relationship between the particle size and particle size distribution, different techniques which will be utilized for the determination of particle size and surface area. Okay, so we'll try to cover them all. So you can see in the table, the table is about the determination of the particle size. So particle size can be estimated by different techniques. One is the microscopic technique, which is called as optical microscopy, sieving analysis, which is conducted by the mechanical shaker, shoe shaker, sedimentation technique, it is called as a Anderson pipette method, and the last one is the conductivity method. The size range of optical microscope is 0.2 to 100 micrometer. The sieving technique has the wide size range, where it covers the minimum size of 50 micrometer to the 1500 micrometer. So the area, the range of the particle size determination of sieving analysis is quite larger as compared to the optical microscope. Then sedimentation technique, which involves the Anderson pipette apparatus, where the particle diameter is estimated by using the Stokes equation. So here the particle size can be measured in the range of 1 to 200 micrometer. And in conductivity, means like the Coulter counter apparatus, we can measure the 0.5 to 500 micron size of the particles. So by using these different techniques, we can measure the different diameters. So by optical microscopy, we can measure the projected diameter of the particle. By sieving analysis, we can measure the skew diameter. By sedimentation technique, we can measure the Stokes diameter, and by conductivity, we can measure the equivalent volume. So let us try to understand what is meant by projected diameter, skew diameter, Stokes diameter, equivalent volume. Projected diameter, it is the diameter of the sphere having the same area as that of asymmetric particle when the particle is observed under the microscope. Okay, so in this technique, the particles are put under in the microscope, and the particles are being observed from the top. So the limitation of this microscopic technique is that we can measure the diameter of the particle, the breadth of the particle, but we can't measure the depth of the particle. So this point you need to be keep in mind. So with the help of optical microscopy, we cannot measure the depth of the particle. In sieving analysis, skew diameter can be estimated. So in this method, the set of different skews is utilized. In Stokes diameter, the diameter of the particle is determined on the basis of the principle of rate of sedimentation. So for the estimation of rate of sedimentation, Stokes equation is there. So by using the Stokes equation, by rearranging the Stokes equation, we can measure the particle size, and that diameter is called as the Stokes diameter of the particle. In microscopic technique, the transmission electron microscope can be utilized. the scanning electron microscope can be utilized, and light microscope is also used. So the range of every microscope is given in the table. Transmission microscope can measure a very small particle. So whenever there will be a question on the transmission electron microscope in the estimation of particle size, so you should know that the transmission electron microscope or in electron microscope is a microscope which can measure or which can be utilized to determine the particle size of very small particles. Okay, whereas the light microscope is used for the estimation of the particle in the range of 1 to 1000 micrometers. In sieving analysis, it utilizes the series of standard sieves. Okay, so it can be estimated by two techniques. In one of the technique, which is the conventional one, where we can use the series of standard sieves. The sieves have been arranged in a manner that the coarsest sieve will be present at the top and the finest sieve will be present at the bottom. So the nest of sieves will be prepared, and that nest will be shaken by the mechanical shaker. Okay, so particles will be separated according to their sizes from the different sieves. The particles which is passing from the coarser one and returning on the finer one, the average diameter is calculated. In air jet sieving method, you need to keep in mind that in air jet sieving method, it only uses the individual sieve rather than a complete nest of sieve. Okay, this is what the differentiating point between the sieving analysis. So by conventional method, the set of different sieves have been used. In air jet technique, which is also a kind of the sieving analysis, only single sieve is utilized. In sedimentation technique, the particle size determined by the measurement of rate of sedimentation of the particle under the influence of gravitational force. So the limitation which is associated with the sedimentation technique is that this technique is only applicable to the dilute suspensions. The dilute suspensions are the suspensions where the total solid concentration is less than 2%. Now, when the total solid concentration goes beyond the 2%, what will happen? The individual particle will hinder or interfere with the sedimentation of the another particle that may give the false reading about the rate of sedimentation. So the limitation of sedimentation technique is that it is only applicable to the dilute suspension. Elutriation method, it is one of the new techniques which is utilized for the determination of particle size. It is the process for the separating the particles which are based on the size and shape. This method is mainly used for the particles smaller than 1 micrometer. Okay. Then the next one is electronic scanning zone. This electronic scanning zone technique is also called as a Coulter-Counter method. Okay. So when suspended particles travels across the orifice, so you may know that there is a Coulter-Counter apparatus where the particles are allowed to pass through the small orifice. Okay. So when the particle of particular volume passes through that orifice, it replaces the volume of electrolyte equivalent to the particle. Okay. So when this replacement occurs, there is a change in resistance occur, and that change in resistance is equivalent to the particle volume. So change in electrical resistance is measured. 1000 particles counted in a 1 second. So you can imagine the speed of counting. So rest of the out of these 5 techniques, I found the Coulter-Counter method is one of the best efficient methods to count the particle in very short period of time. There is another technique which is called as the cascade impaction technique. So this cascade impaction technique, it can be used to obtain the size distribution of the aerosol. So whenever you want to measure the particle size, actually here we can say that not the particle size, the droplet size actually. So whenever we have to measure the droplet size of the aerosol formulation, so cascade impaction can be utilized. This method is suitable to determine the distribution of particle size of the respirable size, and the size range is 0.1 to 80 micron. This was about the estimation of particle size by different techniques. Now let us talk about the surface area. The surface area is also called as a specific surface. Okay. Now specific surface means what? It is defined as the surface area either per unit weight or per unit volume. Okay. So if you consider the surface area of 1 gram of a powder, so that will be your specific surface per unit weight. If you consider the specific surface of the 1 ml volume of a powder, then it becomes the surface area per unit volume. Okay. So it can be expressed as centimeter square per gram or centimeter square per ml. Okay. Now there are two different techniques to measure the surface area. Now what is the importance of surface area in the pharmaceutical suite? We know that the surface area is very much important in the dissolution of the drug. So there is a direct relationship between the rate of dissolution and surface area of the powder. As larger is the surface area of the powder or the particle, more will be the rate of dissolution. Okay, so that is why we need to understand the surface area. Now, surface area can be measured by two different techniques. One is the adsorption method, and second one is the air permeability method. In adsorption method, it is also called as the quanta-Sauce technique. Adsorption method is called as the quanta-Sauce. Sauces are involved: nitrogen gas and argon gas. It is based on the amount of gas or liquid adsorbed on the sample sample where forms the monolayer is directly the function of surface area. Now here, as larger is the surface area, more adsorption of the above said gases will occur. Okay, and this will be resulted into the drop in the pressure. So I'm not going to discuss the detailed construction and mechanism of the quanta-Sauce process. But here the principle is that it is based upon the adsorption of gas. Okay, so two gases are involved. One is the nitrogen, and second one is the argon. In air permeability method, resistance to flow of air when passes through a plug of compact powder. So here the plug of compact powder is prepared in the apparatus, okay, and air is allowed to pass. Now we can assume that as tighter is the compaction, the air will have to exert more pressure to pass from the compact part. Okay, so there will be actually at the end of apparatus the change in pressure is measured. So initial pressure without compaction is measured, and the pressure after compaction of the powder is measured. So difference between the pressure is estimated, and it can be converted into the surface area by using the Poissonier-Carman equation. So in air permeability method, what you need to keep in mind that air permeability method is works on the principle of Poissonier-Carman equation, where the resistance to flow of air through a plug of compact powder is determined, which is the function of surface area of the powder. Then densities of the powder. Now there are different densities are involved in the micromeritics. Density is another type of the derived properties of related with the powder. So there are three different densities. One is the true density, second one is the granule density, and third one is the bulk density. Every density has their own importance in the pharmaceutical field. Now, what is the importance of true density? Now, true density means what? Actually, density means it is the ratio of mass upon volume of the powder. Okay. Now, here in true density, the true volume of the powder is taken into consideration. Now, what is meant by true volume? So, true volume means it is the volume of the individual powder. So, where we have to exclude all the interparticular and extraparticular spaces present between the particles. Okay. Now, this true density is important, or it is applicable in the determination of the porosity of the powder. Okay. So, what is meant by porosity? So, porosity is the ratio of void volume to the bulk volume. Okay. Now, what is the importance of porosity? Porosity is applicable in the disintegration of the tablet. Porosity is applicable in the packaging arrangement of the powder particles. Okay. Now, as larger is the porosity of the tablet formulation, the disintegration time will require disintegration time will be less. Okay, because if there is a porous nature of the tablet occurs, then water or the fluid will rapidly enter into the formulation that will result in the disintegration. So porosity has its own importance in the formulation and development. And for the calculation or the determination of porosity, we must know the true density. So true density can be estimated by the two different techniques. One is the helium pycnometer. This helium pycnometer is utilized when your solid particles are porous in nature. So normally in pharmacy, the particles are porous in nature. Therefore, the application of helium pycnometer is more as compared to the liquid pycnometer. There is another technique, that is liquid displacement method. So here the solvent is selected in which your powder particles are insoluble. Okay, in liquid displacement method, the amount of liquid displaced by the powder is determined, which is equivalent to the volume of the powder particle. Okay. Now here, as I told you, out of this helium pycnometer and liquid displacement method, helium pycnometer is more important because most of the powder particles are porous in nature. Granule density. Granule density simply indicates it is the density of the granule. So it is the ratio of mass of a granule divided by the volume of the granule. It can be measured by using mercury displacement method, means the principle is similar to the liquid displacement method. Now third one is the bulk density. Bulk density means what? It is the ratio of the mass of a powder to the bulk volume of the powder. Now what is meant by bulk volume? Bulk volume is the volume of powder which involves the interparticular spaces and extraparticular spaces, which involves the void spaces also. So whenever the powder is at the initial state without tapping, without disturbing, that the volume of powder is called as the bulk volume. So by using bulk volume, we can estimate the bulk density. So graduated cylinder method can be utilized for the determination of bulk density, which is based on the tapping of the powder from the height of 1 inch 3 times in a 2-minute interval. Okay. Now the third important the derived property is the flow property of the powder. Now flow properties can be explained by 3 different ways. One is the angle of repose, second one is the Carr's index, and third one is the Hausner ratio. Okay. Now let us understand this concept by the Carr's index. Now Carr's index is also called as the Carr's compressibility index. Now this compressibility, now what is the relationship of this compressibility with the flow property? Because there is a word coming compressibility, and we are talking about the flow property. So there is a relationship that compressible material is more cohesive in nature. Compressible material is more cohesive in nature, and the more cohesive nature has the poor flowability. This is what the relationship present between the compressibility and flow property. So in Carr's index, the compressibility of the material is estimated. So it can be estimated by the formula, that is tap density minus bulk density divided by the tap density into 100. Now the ranges of the Carr's index and flow description is given in the table. If your Carr's index value is found between 5 to 15, so it shows the excellent flowability. When it is in the range of 12 to 16, it is a good kind of flowability. 18 to 21 shows the best, fair flowability. Then from 23 above, so the flowability is going to decrease. So poor to very poor to the extremely poor. So here you need to keep in mind that there is an inverse relationship between the Carr's index value and the flowability. The smaller is the Carr's index value, more is the flowability, or excellent is the flowability. Now how to memorize is that the first range is starting from 5 to 15. Okay, so 5 to 15, which is a very small number, so we can correlate with the excellent flowability. And the second thing which needs to be keep in mind that above 23, the flowability is getting decreased. Okay. The second criteria is the Hausner ratio. So if Hausner ratio is less than 1.25, that indicates the good flow. This is what a very easy table to memorize. If it is less than 1.25, then indicates the good flowability. The range of 1.25 to 1.5, okay, it indicates the moderate flowability, and more than 1.5, it indicates the poor flowability of the powder. Similarly, the flowability can be expressed in terms of angle of repose. So what is meant by angle of repose? Angle of repose means the maximum angle possible between the surface of pile and the horizontal plane. Normally at the laboratory level we utilize the funnel to prepare the pile of a powder. Okay, you people are very aware about the determination of angle of repose, so that is why I'm not going to discuss the procedure. Now, once you find out the value of angle of repose, that indicates if it is less than 25, then it indicates the excellent. In that case, if excellent is the flowability, non-cohesive is the powder. So as I previously told you, there is a inverse relationship between the flowability and cohesiveness of the powder. If it is in the range of 25 to 30, so there is a difference of only 5 points. 25 and 25 to 30, 30 to 40, and 40 greater than 40. So it is easier to keep in mind or to memorize. So if it is less than 25, excellent, 25 to 30, good type of flowability, and 30 to 40, it is passable, and greater than 40, it is very poor. Okay, so very poor flow, very poor flowability of the material shows the cohesiveness, the more cohesiveness. Okay, the magnesium oxide may be used as a flow activator. This is what some important lines have been mentioned on the slide. So magnesium oxide utilized as a flow activator, which adsorbs the water surrounding the moist particles. So if moisture is present in your powder, so magnesium oxide will help to adsorb the excess moisture from the powder material, and that will ultimately help to improve the flowability of the powder. Then let us talk about the grades of the powder and their sizes, which are estimated by the sieve analysis. So grades of powders. The powders are categorized as coarse powder, moderately coarse powder, moderately fine powder, and very fine powder. Okay. So here the grades have been decided by considering the size of aperture from which all the particles are passing, and the sieve on which not more than 40% of the particles are passing. Okay, so here one of the sieve is considering from which all the particles are needed to be passed, and there will be a second sieve on which not more than 40% of the particles will be passed. Okay, so here in coarse powder, so coarse powder is the powder from which all the particles will be passed, and sorry, it is a sieve number actually. So from which all the particles will pass, means from 10 numbers to all the particles are required to pass, and on the 44 number of sieve, the not more than 40% of the particles will pass. Okay, means rest of the particles should retain over the sieve number 45. So similarly, for moderately coarse, 22 number and 60 number. So you can write them or you can memorize them as 10 by 44 means coarse, 22 by 60 as moderate, 44 by 85 means actually here you just have to keep in mind the sieve number which is utilized for the determination of the grades of the powder. So 10 by 44 is a coarse, 22 by 60 is a moderately coarse, 44 by 85 is the moderately fine, particles 85 by 125. So as the sieve number is increasing, the powders are getting fine in size, very fine microfine particles which must pass to the sieve number 120. Now what is this sieve number means actually? So sieve number means nothing but the number of apertures present in 1 inch length of the sieve. Okay, so many times when we ask the students about the sieve number, they are getting confused with whether it is a length is mentioned or whether there is a area is mentioned actually. So there is a area, there is a length is mentioned. Length is need to be taken in consideration. In 1 inch length of the sieve, how many number of apertures are present, that ultimately indicates the sieve number. Okay, if the sieve number is 10, it means 10 number of apertures are present in 1 inch length, means 2.5 centimeters of the length of the sieve. So as more number of apertures are present in the 1 inch length, so definitely the sieve is getting finer. Now there are different types of sieves are generally utilized in the pharmaceutical field. One is the first type is the woven wire sieve. It is general purpose sieve widely used in the pharmacy practice. So this sieve is made up of the woven wires. The wires may be made up of the metal. Okay, this one thing you need to keep in mind, that these wires are not at all coated. Okay. Then the second type is bolting cloth sieve. So in this sieve, the sieve material is maybe a silk, nylon, and cotton cloth, where this sieving material is tightened between the pores. therefore it is called as the bolting cloth sieve. So cloth indicates the presence of cloth. Okay. Then closely spaced bars. So actually there is a very less application of this closely spaced bar, where the bars of the metals are present in the sieve. Generally, this sieve may be considered as a heavy duty sieve. It is used in holding the large and heavy material, not applicable in the pharmacy practice. The last one is the punched plate. Punched plate. Punched plate means there is a plate which is punched. Means some the apertures are present over the plate. So if you consider the example of punch plate means the sieve which is present in our house, it is a kind of punch plate. मेटलची प्लेट आपल्याकडे मेटलची sieve आपल्याकडे असते गहू वगैरे चाळण्यासाठी आपण ती वापरतो. So it is a kind of punch plate sieve. So screens are prepared by using sheet metal with perforated holes. So these are the types of the sieves. Now some of the important points, let us discuss about the micromeritics. Now particle size affects many physical properties of the drug like surface area, the density, porosity, compressibility, and moisture adsorption. Surface properties like solubility, absorption, dissolution, and bioavailability. So you can understand the importance of particle size and particle size distribution in the various areas. It is applicable in the estimation of surface area. We can measure the densities. Then it is helpful in the estimation of the porosity. We can predict the solubility and absorption, and rate of dissolution by understanding the particle size of the powder. Tablets, it also affects the average tablet weight variation. So we can correlate, we can understand the importance of particle size and particle size distribution in the weight variation and dose uniformity. Okay, weight variation and dose uniformity, it is related with the filling of the dyes. Okay, we know that during the tablet compression, dyes are allowed to fill. So this filling of dyes is carried out by the volumetric filling process. Okay, so here a particular volume of material passes from the hopper to the dye cavity. So this flowability is depending upon the particle size and particle size distribution. If particle size is very fine, then the material may behave quite cohesive. If there is a wide distribution of the particle, distribution means the different sizes of particles present in a sample. Okay, so there are two types of distribution. One is the wide distribution and second one is the narrow distribution. So we always prefer the narrow distribution. Narrow distribution indicates the presence of the particles of similar sizes into the sample. Tablet is also affects the average weight in tablet. The particle size affects the average weight variation, the uniformity of the dose, because if there is no adequate flow or no proper flow of the material or the powder material from hopper to the dye cavity, so weight variation and ultimately dose uniformity ununiformity may occur into the tablet. At the same time, the dissolution and bioavailability is a function of particle size. As I told you, there is a relationship between the particle size, surface area, dissolution, and bioavailability. So as smaller is the size, more will be the surface area. More surface area means more particles will get in contact with the GI fluid. So more will be the rate of dissolution and more will be the bioavailability. Particle size reduction causes increase in bioavailability, may result in increase in the side effects. This is one of the limitation associated with the size reduction. Normally, we read that, or we might have heard that the reduction in particle size helps in the increasing the what we can say the bioavailability. But sometimes the patient may suffer from the adverse effect of the drug because of the more bioavailability. At the same time, particle size reduction could not guarantee you about the increasing bioavailability. Okay, because if the nature of drug is hydrophobic, if the drug has limited solubility in the aqueous fluid, no matter how much the particle size is reduced, it will only contributed in the increase in the surface free energy, and increasing surface free energy may result in the formation of the agglomerate in the powder sample. So there are two limitations associated with the particle size reduction. One is Sometimes the patient may suffer from the adverse effect because of the more bioavailability, and in another case, you may not get the desired bioavailability even though the particle size reduction takes place, because the solubility and bioavailability is a function of the nature of the particle. If your particle is having the solubility issue, so solubility or particle size reduction cannot guarantee you about the increase in bioavailability. So in that case, particle agglomeration may occur because of the increase in surface free energy. For hygroscopic and moisture sensitive powder, the silicone coated talc may be beneficial in improving the flowability. So whenever there is a issue of flowability occurs in the powder, so there are some alternatives by using them we can improve the flowability of the powder. So the use of glidant is one of the approach. Second thing, the use of vibration assisted hopper may be beneficial to improve the flowability. Many times the flow may be affected due to the various factors. So if vibration assisted hopper is there, it can solve the problem of flowability. Forced feeder or forced auger can be an option to improve the flowability. So forced auger is present inside the hopper, which forcefully passes the particle powder from the hopper, and this will ultimately help to improve the flowability of the powder. Spray drying approach is one of the approaches to improve the flowability. In spray drying, the smaller particles having a uniform particle size can be achieved, and therefore the spray drying can be an approach to improve the flowability. So where here we have seen various approaches. One can use the glidance to improve the flowability. We can use the vibration assisted hopper to improve the flowability. The force feeder and force auger can be used, and spray drying can be an approach to improve the flowability. Advantose 100 maltose powder has improved flow property and compressibility than the microcrystalline cellulose by using this process. So if you compare if you come across about the question related with the Advantose 100, actually it is a maltose powder which has improved flow property and compressibility than the microcrystalline cellulose. So this was all about the topic micromeritics, where we have discussed different types of techniques used for the estimation of surface area, then the particle size, the importance of flow property, the derived properties, etc. Now let us discuss about the rheology. Now what is rheology? Rheology is the science which deals with the flow of liquid and deformation of the solid. This entire unit is related with the flow, the study of study of flow behavior of different types of the liquid. The liquids are categorized in two types. One is the Newtonian liquid and second one is the non-Newtonian. Newtonian liquids are the liquids which obeys or which follows the Newtonian law. Now what is Newtonian law? Newtonian law can be expressed in terms of an equation: F is equal to eta dV by dr, or you can simply say F is equal to eta into G, where F is the shearing force or shearing stress. Now what is this shearing stress? It is a force applied per unit area. What is meant by eta? Eta is nothing but the coefficient of viscosity. dV by dr means what? It can be simply expressed in terms of G, and G is nothing but your shearing rate. What is meant by shearing rate? It is a change in velocity with respect to change in distance. Okay, so we can understand the Newtonian flow by the Newtonian liquid. Now the unit of Newtonian liquid, the unit of the viscosity is in a normal terms. We use the poise to express the viscosity of the fluid. Okay. Now what is the poise? So poise is actually, it is a force required to generate the velocity of 1 second per centimeter. Means, look here, when we are discussing about the flowability, so here the fluid is flowing from one place to other place. Now To induce the flowability into the fluid, we need to apply some force. Okay. Now here the poise is expressed in terms of force required to produce the velocity of 1 centimeter per second between the two imaginary parallel planes of a liquid which are having the area of 1 centimeter square and separated by the distance of 1 centimeter. These are what the imaginary parameters we need to take in consideration. But in a simple term, if you want to understand the poise, so it is nothing but the force required to generate the velocity of 1 centimeter per second. म्हणजे 1 centimeter per second की velocity achieve करण्यासाठी जो force लागतो, that is nothing but your poise. The CGS unit of poise is gram centimeter inverse per second inverse, or you can simply say gram per centimeter per second. SI unit of poise is 0.1 Newton second meter. Is a reciprocal of the viscosity. What is viscosity? It is an index of resistance to flow. Okay, so there is a inverse relationship between the fluidity and the viscosity. The unit inverse, and it can be expressed in terms of phi, which is the 1 by eta. Now, in rheology, you might have studied the different flow pattern or different rheograms of the different liquids. Okay, so here the two the graphs have been mentioned on the slide. One of the graph is of the Newtonian flow, and the second graph is covering the entire non-Newtonian flow. The Newtonian flow obeys the Newtonian law. The liquid which does not obey the Newtonian law called as a non-Newtonian fluid. Okay, so non-Newtonian fluids, there are different types. One is the plastic flow, then pseudoplastic flow, and dilatant flow. So there are three types: plastic flow, pseudoplastic flow, and dilatant flow. If you look at the rheogram of the individual flow pattern, so you can see there the rheogram of plastic flow is not starting from the origin. Okay, means it requires some force to induce or to break down the attractive forces present between the particles. This type of flow is mainly shown by the flocculated suspension. So plastic flow is mainly shown by the flocculated suspension. Now, if you extrapolate the line of this plastic flow on the x-axis, so it gives an idea about the yield value. So this yield value is nothing but it is the force required to break down the agglomerates present between the particles. Once the agglomerates are broken down, the liquid will start to flow normally. In pseudoplastic flow, there is a curvilinear graph occurs. This graph is not exactly passing through the origin, but slightly starting from the origin. In dilatant type of flow, there is an inverse relationship between the rate of shear and shear stress. Okay. Now, in dilatant flow, when the shear stress is increases, there is a decrease in rate of shear. So this is what the important point you need to keep in mind about the dilatant flow. Now, there are in the table the different viscosity types have been mentioned. So many times in the GPAT examination, the definition of different types of viscosity is asked. So it is important to discuss them. First one is the apparent viscosity. What is meant by apparent viscosity? It is the ratio of shear stress applied to the fluid divided by the rate of shear. In a simple term, you can say it is the ratio of shear stress to rate of shear. Okay, so whatever the numerical value you obtain, that indicates the apparent viscosity. Then relative viscosity. The name itself indicating it is a relative viscosity, means where the standard have been taken. We have to correlate, we have to compare the viscosity of the given sample with the standard one. So it is the ratio of viscosity of the dispersion to that of a solvent. Okay, in the laboratory you might have performed an experiment related with the determination of viscosity by the oscillometer. So oscillometer gives us the relative viscosity where we consider water as a standard. Specific viscosity. What is meant by specific viscosity? Relative increase in viscosity of dispersion to that of vehicle alone. So increase, we know that in in any plain solvent, when solute is added, there is increase in viscosity. Let us consider an example of the simple sugar syrup. So the viscosity of plain solvent, that is water, is less. When the sugar is added into the water, the viscosity of that solution increases. Okay, so here in specific viscosity, the extent of viscosity increased upon the addition of solute in method. So relative increase in viscosity of dispersion to that of vehicle alone is calculated by the specific viscosity. Reduced viscosity. Now when we plot the graph of specific viscosity and concentration, because we know that in specific viscosity is affected by the concentration, isn't it? So when we plot the graph of specific viscosity to the concentration, it gives us an idea about the reduced viscosity. So it is the ratio of specific viscosity to the concentration. Kinematic viscosity is nothing but the absolute viscosity of the liquid divided by the density of the liquid. In the official book, the viscosity is expressed as a kinematic viscosity. So it is nothing but the ratio of absolute viscosity of a liquid divided by the density. So whenever you see the value of kinematic viscosity, you should understand that there is a factor of density is taken in consideration. The unit of kinematic viscosity is not the poise, it is source or centrifuge. This is what the important point to keep in mind about the kinematic viscosity. Then there is an intrinsic viscosity. What is intrinsic viscosity? So it is the intercept value of the graph of reduced viscosity and concentration. So as we have discussed about the reduced viscosity, when the specific viscosity is plotted against the concentration, one of the graph will be plotted. So the intercept value of the unknown liquid, when it is extrapolated on the y-axis, so it gives us an idea about the intrinsic viscosity. Intrinsic viscosity can be utilized in the preparation of Dextran type injections, where the standards, where the viscosity of that preparation is standardized. So this is all about the different types of viscosities and their importance. Then the types of flow. As I told you, there are different types of flows are involved. One is the Newtonian flow, the plastic flow, pseudoplastic flow, and dilatant flow. The important points about these flows have been mentioned in the table. The Newtonian flow is mostly shown by the water, glycerin, benzene, alcohol, syrup solutions, and very dilute colloidal solution. In plastic flow, it is mostly shown by the flocculated suspension containing 1 to 10% of the solid, suspension of zinc oxide in mineral oil paint, the printing inks, and the foam jellies, etc. So these kind of the substances may show the plastic behavior. The pseudoplastic type of flow behavior is mostly shown by the polymeric substances. So what need to keep in mind about the pseudoplastic, the word is starting from the P. P is related with the polymer. So pseudoplastic, polymer. So polymeric solution mostly shows the pseudoplastic behavior. So what kind of polymer? The polymer belongs to the natural category, the synthetic category, and synthetic category. Okay. Then last one is the dilatant flow. So dilatant flow, there is an inverse relationship between the shear stress applied and rate of shear. As we know that means the materials which are showing the dilatant type of nature, these are called the shear system. Means normally the systems get thickened upon the shearing. When in case of dilatant type of material, when the shear stress is applied, that systems try to get thickened. This is what the important point to keep in mind about the dilatant flow. So deflocculated suspension containing more than 50% solid content. Example, concentrated titanium dioxide suspension. Your starch suspension shows the dilatant type of flow behavior. Just a minute. Now there are actually the two types of, you can say, the shear dependent viscosity and time dependent viscosity actually. Now in shear dependent viscosity, if If you look at the rheogram of the plastic flow, pseudoplastic flow, and dilatant flow, okay. Now, in this type of the material, whatever the recovery curve is obtaining, it is always at the left hand side of the main curve. Okay. For shear, for Newtonian system, the recovery curve is exactly superimposed on the main curve. In plastic flow, in the plastic flow material, the recovery curve is obtaining at the left hand side. Means there is a rapid recovery of the material takes place. In the pseudoplastic flow. Then again there is the curve is shifting to the left hand side. But in case of dilatant, the curve is shifting to the right side, because we know that this is the system which has inverse relationship with the dilatant. So upon shearing, they get thickened, and when the shearing is not there, the system gets thin. There is again the second type of viscosity, which may be called as the time dependent viscosity. It is most related with the thixotropy. Now, what is thixotropy? Thixotropy is nothing but the it is the isothermal and slow recovery of the material. So when any system is sheared, means when the shear stress is applied, the system gets thin. Okay, means you can compare, for the sake of understanding, you can compare the conversion or the transformation of gel consistency to the sol to the gel. So gel to sol to gel transformation is normally seen in the thixotropic behavior. Gel consistency indicates the thickness, sol consistency indicates the thinness of the system, and again gel system gel system, that is in the gel sol gel, indicates the thickness. So here the system is transforming from gel to sol and sol to gel on recovery. So when the shear stress is applied, your gel will be transformed to the sol nature, and when there will be no shear stress is applied on the system will try to recover, try to go back to its initial state. Okay, so and that is why the curve of your the plastic flow and pseudoplastic flow is shifted to the left hand side of the main curve. In anti-thixotropy, there is a what we can say the inverse scenario is shown. There is a transformation from sol to gel and gel to sol. Means these are the shear thickening system, whereas in thixotropy these are the shear thinning system. For the sake of differentiation, you can say thixotropic behavior indicates the shear thinning system, and in the anti-thixotropic material shows the shear thickening system. Now, viscosity measurement, their method of determination. The table is given. For non-Newtonian fluid, we can estimate the viscosity by using simple capillary viscometer. The example of capillary viscometer is source wall viscometer. The source wall viscometer is a type of single point viscometer. Okay, means where you need to find out the value of viscosity in the form of time required to flow. Okay, so here we cannot check, we cannot alter the parameters in them, and therefore it is called single point viscometer. The another type of the viscometer which is used for the determination of Newtonian flow is the falling and rising body. Actually, it is a falling sphere viscometer, which is also called as a Hoppler viscometer. The frequent questions have been asked over the application of particular viscometer in the determination of viscosity. Falling point viscometer, it is also the type of single point viscometer. For non-Newtonian fluid, the cup and bob viscometer is generally used. So cup and bob viscometer, there are other two types. One is the revolving cup type, and second one is the revolving bob type. So either cup will be revolving or bob will be revolving. So the instrument where the revolving cup is present, it is called as a Macmillan viscometer, and where the revolving bob is present, it is called as a Stormer viscometer. Okay, so the question may be asked upon the type of viscometer. Okay, disadvantage of viscometer is that plug flow formation occurs. Okay, so this is one of the disadvantages associated with the non-Newtonian fluid. The cup and bob viscometer. The second viscometer, that is cone and plate viscometer, utilized for the estimation of the non-Newtonian fluid. Then Newtonian and non-Newtonian fluid. We can measure the viscosity of both the type of liquid by using Brookfield viscometer. Viscometer measures the fluid viscosity at given shear rate. So this Brookfield viscometer is a multi-point viscometer where there is a facility to change the rate of the stress applied to the rate of and change in rate of shear. So multiple points can be tested, therefore it is called as a multi-point viscometer. Ultrasonic shear rheometer is there. It is used for analyzing the protein solution rheology. This is what the new type of viscometer, which is mainly used for the estimation of protein solutions viscosity. Again, there is another type, that is instant capillary rheometer. Instant capillary rheometer allows the measurement of viscosity as a function of shear rate and temperature. So whenever we have to study the influence of temperature on viscosity, as we know that temperature is one of the factors affecting the viscosity. So whenever we have to study the influence of temperature on viscosity, we need to maintain the temperature, or we have to change the temperature so that we can study the influence on the viscosity of a particular substance. So for the specific purpose, the instant capillary rheometer is there. Okay, this is what the specialized viscometer can be used. So this is all about the different types of viscometer used for the viscosity determination. So that was all about the unit geology, where we have covered the definition of viscosity, the units of viscosity, then different types of flow behavior, their flow patterns, and estimation of viscosity by different techniques. Now, one of the point is there, which is related with the HLB scale. Why HLB scale is main? I'm going to cover that. I found generally one question is given on the HLB scale in every examination. So HLB scale, as we all know, that it is the hydrophilic lipophilic balance of the emulsifying agent or surface active agent. So this kind of behavior is mostly shown by the amphiphilic type of substances, where they are having the preferential solubility in one of the liquids, although they are having some sort of different nature. Means, let us assume that the example of Queen 80. Queen 80 is the emulsifying agent. Queen 80 has a preferential solubility in the water. At the same time, it also has some sort of lipophilicity. So there is a balance of lipophilic nature and hydrophilic nature to the particular emulsifying agent, and therefore they come under the category of HLB scale. So HLB scale is categorized, or it is started from 1 to 40. Okay. So I'm not going to discuss the HLB scale because this is what the general part you might be knowing about the HLB scale. So for the sake of understanding, the emulsifying agent, or you may call them surface active agent, which lies between the HLB value of 1 to 9, they all are oil soluble. Okay, and above 9, they all are water soluble. So 1 to 9 all are oil soluble. Above 9, they all are water soluble. Means the emulsifying agents which are in the range of 1 to 9, they can be used for the preparation of water in oil type of emulsion. Water in oil type of emulsion, because of their preferential solubility in the water oil phase. Sorry. The emulsifying agents having HLB value more than 9, they all are utilized or incorporated for the preparation of oil in water type of emulsion, because they are having preferential solubility in water phase. Okay. So the type of emulsion actually is decided by the solubility of the emulsifying agent. If your emulsifying agent is water soluble, then water will act as the external phase. If your emulsifying agent is oil soluble, then oil will act as the external phase. So HLB scale indicates the extent of hydrophilic lipophilic balance. The range is 1 to 40. Higher the HLB, more will be the hydrophilicity of the compound. Now there is a concept of required HLB. So the problems may be asked over the required HLB in the examination. Now what is required HLB? So required HLB is the HLB value of the mixture. Okay. So required HLB mixture value can be calculated by fraction of HLB of the emulsifying agent A plus 1 minus fraction of HLB value of the B. In simple terms, the required HLB have been expressed or explained in the form of the example. You can see this. Calculate the HLB of the mixture of 40% of span 60 and 60% of twin 60. Here two emulsifying agents have been given. One is span 60 and second one is the twin 60. Okay. So we have to find out the HLB of the mixture of 40% of span 60 and 60% of twin 60. So if we mix them at 40 to 60%, what will be the HLB value of the blend of emulsifying agent? Okay. So you can simply calculate by calculating the fraction of HLB of individual emulsifying agent. For let us consider for span 60, the HLB value is 4.7, and the HLB value of twin 60 is around 14.9. So we have to consider the 40% of span 60. So first of all, you need to calculate the 40% of HLB value, and similarly 60% of HLB value of twin 60. So the HLB of the mixture of these two different emulsifying agents is coming near to the 10.8. Now you can understand that if the HLB value of the mixture of different emulsifying agents having different nature is 10.8, that indicates the type of emulsion will be oil in water. Because as I told you, see, if the HLB value of emulsifying is greater than 9, then the oil in water type of emulsion will be produced. Water will act as the external phase. So even though you are using the emulsifying agent of two different types, but the resultant type of emulsion will only be the oil in water type. So similarly, you can calculate the HLB value of the blend of any percentage of the blend of the emulsifying agent containing different percentage or different proportion of different emulsifying agents. The second problem, mostly the question is asked on the what proportion should twin 80 and span 80 should be blended to obtain a required HLB of 12. Now here the problem is different from the first one. Here you have to find out at what proportion these two emulsifying agents should be mixed to obtain the required HLB of 12. Okay, so you will always be provided with the HLB value of the particular emulsifying agent, and for the what we can say for the knowledge purpose, you can memorize the HLB values of different emulsifying agents, which are common one actually. So common emulsifying agents are your twin 80, twin 20, twin 40, span, isn't it? Trimethanolamine, isn't it? So the problem has been solved by using the alligation method. So I am not expecting to explain the alligation method. So by performing the calculation, we can calculate at how much percentage of the twin 80 and twin 80 and span 80 should be mixed. So here the calculation says that we have to mix the 72% of the twin 80 and 28% of the span 80 to obtain the required HLB of 12. So this can be solved by using the alligation method. Alligation method is one of the simplest methods to calculate the required HLB of the blend of the emulsifying agent. This is also applicable in the what we can say the dilution of the alcohol alligation method. So this is part of the pharmaceutical calculation section. Now this was all about the HLB. Now I'm going to discuss about the what we can say the tablet. Now as I told you, see, in tablets, tablets are defined as a solid preparation containing a single dose or one or more active ingredients and obtained by compressing the uniform volume of the part. Tablets are used for the systematic delivery and local delivery. Some of the quality attributes are required to be taken into consideration. The tablet should include the correct dose of the drug. The appearance of tablet should be elegant. The drug should be released from the tablet in a controlled and reproducible manner. Then tablet should be biocompatible. The tablet should be sufficient. The tablet should have sufficient mechanical strength to withstand the fractures and erosions which may occur during the handling. The tablet should be chemically, physically, and microbiologically stable, and the tablet should be packed in a safe manner. These are what the quality attributes of the tablet. The different types of tablets have been mentioned. So these are the tablets are categorized in 4 different types. First is the tablet ingested orally. The types of tablets have been mentioned, that is compressed tablet, multiple compressed tablet, control list tablet, sugar coated, film coated, and chewable tablets coming under the category of tablets ingested orally. Tablets used in oral cavity, you can say them as a special tablet. So the buccal tablets, sublingual tablets, lozenges, and dental cones are coming under this category. Tablet administered by the other routes such as implantation tablets and vaginal tablets. Tablets used to prepare the solution, where the solution is prepared and that solution of tablets is administered by the different routes. So effervescent tablet, hypodermic tablets, and tablet switches. Now in tablet formulation, we know that there is a requirement of different excipients. So the common excipients or the common excipients which are involved in the formulation is the diluent. Second one is the binder, then the anti-adherent, the glidant, and your API. So I have mentioned some of the important points related with the diluents which are common in nature. So first diluent is lactose. Lactose is a very common diluent utilized in the formulation. The source of the lactose is the milk sugar. Okay, and it is a disaccharide found in milk of mammals, many mammals including the humans and cows. So you can say, or you can memorize that the source of lactose is the milk sugar, or it is obtained from the milk. That the name itself indicates lactose related with the milk. It is a sugar composed of a lactose and glucose subunit. So in the structure, there is a combination of lactose and glucose subunit which forms the lactose. Lactose exists in 2 different forms. First one is the crystalline, and second one is the amorphous. We know that the crystalline form, the amorphous form, is always having better solubility as compared to the crystalline form. So lactose exists in both crystalline and amorphous form. Crystalline form is formed by the precipitation method, whereas the amorphous form of the lactose is obtained by the spray drying method. Amorphous lactose can be dissolved rapidly and has better compressibility, therefore used in the direct compression. So when you compare the compressibility of the 2 different types or 2 different forms of the lactose, so here the amorphous lactose has better compressibility, and therefore it can be used in the direct compression. It is hygroscopic in nature, therefore there is an issue of stability, and there is a common issue related with the lactose, that is the lactose intolerance. Those patients which are not able to digest the lactose, they may suffer from different medical conditions like vomiting and diarrhea. The second common diluent is mannitol. So the thing to be keep in mind about the mannitol is it occurs naturally as a sugar or sugar alcohol in different fruits and vegetables. Lactose was obtaining from the milk, whereas mannitol is obtaining from the fruits and different vegetables. Mannitol. So mannitol means there is a OL means alcohol. So the nature of mannitol is alcohol, alcoholic in nature. It occurs naturally as a sugar alcohol in fruits and vegetables. Due to the sweet and pleasant taste, it is used as a filler in the chewable and lozenges. So because of the sweetness, it can be utilized in the preparation of chewable tablets and lozenges. It has negative heat of solution, hence gives the cooling sensation. So when the mannitol gets dissolved, it absorbs the heat from the surroundings. This is called as the negative heat of solution. So because of negative heat of solution, it gives us the cooling sensation. It is poorly absorbed from the intestine, hence it can be recommended for the diabetic person also. There is an absorption limitation from the GI tract. It cannot be absorbed, or the extent of absorption is very poor. So therefore, it is one of the suitable, what we can see, the sweetening agent or diluent for the diabetic person. Third one is the microcrystalline cellulose. So microcrystalline cellulose is a cellulose. The name itself indicates it is a cellulose type. So it is a cellulose synthesized from the alpha cellulose and obtained as a pulp from the fibrous plant material. The source of lactose was milk. The source of mannitol was the fruits and the sugar obtained from the fruits, and microcrystalline cellulose is obtained from the cellulose. So it is obtained from the alpha cellulose, and alpha cellulose is obtained from the pulp of the fibrous plant material. It is prepared by the hydrolysis of the cellulose followed by the spray drying. Okay, so the cellulose material obtained from the plant material is subjected to the hydrolysis, and upon hydrolysis, the resultant mixture is subjected to the spray drying. So you will get the microcrystalline cellulose. Microcrystalline cellulose, the name itself indicating it is crystalline in nature. It is insoluble in water, ethanol, ether, and slightly soluble in dilute sodium hydroxide solution. Microcrystalline cellulose is biocompatible, chemically inert, and have good tabulating and disintegrating properties. Therefore, it is applicable in the direct compression. The list of the common diluents are mentioned in the table. You can see the alpha lactose. So actually, if you look at the table, so there are three different types of lactose. One is the alpha lactose, second one is the spray-dried lactose, and third one is the anhydrous lactose. Okay. So if you want to differentiate between the alpha lactose, so alpha lactose is hydrous in nature, monohydrate. Alpha lactose monohydrate. The name is itself indicates it is hydrous in nature. So lactose monohydrate is not directly compressible. You need to keep in mind that lactose monohydrate is not directly compressible. So mono means no directly compressible. It is not directly compressible. It undergoes the discoloration with amines and shows the Maillard reaction. So whenever the alkaline substances get in contact, or the drugs which are having the amines group in the structure of a drug, the Maillard reaction may occur, which may causes the discoloration of the lactose. Spray dried lactose. Spray dried lactose means what? This is what the lactose prepared by the spray drying. It is directly compressible diluent. As I told you previously, spray dried lactose has better compressibility. Therefore, it can be utilized in the direct compression. It exhibits the good flowability. It is more prone to darkening in the presence of excess of moisture and amines. There is an issue of discoloration associated with the lactose. Okay. Now, lactose anhydrous means it is a anhydrous means water molecule is not present in the structure of lactose. So lactose anhydrous is directly compressible diluent. It does not exhibit free flow. It does not undergo a Maillard reaction. So if the three examples have been given to you: alpha lactose monohydrate, lactose prepared by the spray drying, and anhydrous lactose. So out of which anhydrous does not show the Maillard reaction. Anhydrous lactose does not show the Maillard reaction. The sorbitol, it is highly compressible diluent and is water soluble. It possesses the low caloric value and is non-carcinogenic in nature. Sorbitol, again, it is a type of sugar derivative. Calcium phosphate, dibasic calcium phosphate is available commercially under the trade name of Ditab and Encompress. So many times the trade names have been asked in the examination. You need to memorize the name. There is no alternative for the memorization to memorize the name of different trade names and the related excipients. Now, some modified excipients are there. Here, the products are formed by the slight modification in a way that they do not lose their chemical structure and stability. So, modified substances, modified diluents are there, which are prepared by do not disturbing their original chemical structure and stability. Co-process excipients are introduced in order to provide the better tabulating properties. So the names of the common co-process excipients are the luteprase, microcellulose, then sugar tab, new tab, dipac, index, caltab, calcarb, fast flow lactose, etc. So I think there is time is not permitting us to discuss them in detail, but I'm providing you the presentation so for your study purpose, so you can use presentation. So luteprase containing 93% of lactose monohydrate, 3.5% of polyvinyl pyrrolidone, and 3.5% of prostaglandin. So accordingly, every modified co-process excipients are having different substances containing their different proportions. Similarly, microcellulose containing 75% of lactose and 25% of the microcrystalline cellulose. So agents are designed to give in order to provide the better tableting property. There are some disintegrating agents. Disintegrating agents help in the disintegration of tablets. The common disintegrating agents are the starch, then avicel, then alginic acid, sodium alginate, dexlotab, then polyplazone, then amberlite, then methylcellulose, sodium carboxymethylcellulose. Right? So their concentration range is given. So in a way, you can memorize the concentration range that ranges between 1% to 20%. So the disintegrating agents are utilized in 1% to 20%, such as the starch can be added in 5 to 20% concentration. Avicel can be added in 10 to 20%. So the different concentration range of different disintegrating agents that you need to memorize. Some binders, the examples of binders have been mentioned. The binders are of three different categories, belong to three different categories. One is the sugar type of binder, then natural binder, and synthetic and semi-synthetic polymer. In sugar types, sucrose or liquid glucose can be used as a binder. Natural binders such as acacia, triacone, pre-gelatinized starch, alginic acid, and cellulose can be utilized. In synthetic and semi-synthetic, your methyl cellulose, ethyl cellulose, HPMC, sodium carboxymethylcellulose, and polyvinyl pyrrolidine can be utilized for the binding purpose. Normally, the binders are added in 2 to 10% concentration by the fluid. Now, glidants are the substances which help to improve the flowability of the powder. However, they are frequently added in granulation before tableting. Normally, these are the glidants are added into the formulation before proceeding the tableting. Once the granulation is prepared, once the granules are prepared, the glidants are added. Examples of glidants are the talc, colloidal silica, magnesium stearate, etc. Then there is a lubricating agent. What is the purpose of lubrication? So lubrication is achieved by the boundary lubrication. The purpose of lubrication is to facilitate the compression of the tablet, isn't it? And it will, at the same time, it will prevent the sticking of material to the dye wall. The most effective boundary lubricants are the stearic acid. Stearic acid, being a waxy nature, the stearic acid is a substance which can be made at the low temperature. We know that during the compression inside the dye cavity, some heat is generated, and that heat is sufficient to dissolve these low melting point substances. When these substances get melted inside the dye cavity, they facilitate the lubrication. Lubricants at higher concentration can adversely affect the particle-particle bonding and disintegration. This is what the important point you need to keep in mind about the lubricating agent. Lubricating agent may affect the particle bonding, so the softer material may be produced. And second thing, the disintegration time may be affected by the presence of excess quantity of the lubricant. Then sweeteners. Sometimes the question may be asked upon the sweeteners, means how much times your lactose is sweet or than the sugar, or dextrose is sweeter than the sugar. I have seen some of the MCQs. So as far as the sweeteners are concerned, these are primarily added to this chewable tablet. Saccharin has a bitter aftertaste and it is carcinogenic in nature. Cyclamate is a carcinogen. So these are the synthetic sweetening agents. Aspartame is one of the sweetening agents which has the lack of stability in the presence of moisture. So aspartame is comparatively safer, but it has an issue of stability in the presence of moisture. If you compare the order of sweetness, so lactose is 16 times sweeter, dextrose is 74 times sweeter, sucrose is 175 sweeter. So if you consider, so saccharin is 500 times sweeter than the sugar. Okay, this is what the order of it. Now, anti-adherent substances are added into the formulation, which prevents the sticking and picking. Okay, so sticking means the adherence of material to the dye wall, and picking means adherence of material to the punch of the tablet punching machine. So the sticking and picking have been shown in the form of picture on the slide. So examples of anti-adherents are the magnesium stearate, your colloidal silica, talc, and starch. Uh, Before going to discuss about the compression, we have to understand some of the basic terminologies. That is what is meant by compression, consolidation, deformation, strain, and stress. Because these are utilized in the compression of the tablet. Compression means it is the reduction in bulk volume as a result of applied load. So compression occurs during the when the material is being compressed inside the die cavity with the help of upper punch and lower. Consolidation means it is a phenomenon of increasing mechanical strength. Consolidation occurs by two different ways. One is the cold welding and second one is the fusion bonding. Deformation means change in the geometry due to the applied force. So when the force is applied over the granular material, so obviously there will be a change in geometry. That change in geometry is called the deformation of the particles. Strain means the relative amount of change in deformation. The relative amount of deformation produced by the force is called as a strain, and the ratio of force to cause this strain is called as the stress. This is what the pictorial explanation of the force distribution in the which occurs during the tablet compression. So in the right hand side, you can see the picture showing the different types of force. Here, FA, FL, FD, and FR. So FA is related with the upper punch. FL is related with the lower punch. This FD and FR is indicating the walls of the die cavity. Okay. So what is FA? FA is the force applied to the upper punch. FL means it is the proportion of applied force transmitting to the lower punch. FD means it is the reaction occur at the die wall during the compression. FR means the radial force. So when the tablet is being compressed inside the die cavity, so the applied force is exerted, means whatever the force is exerted upon the material, it is called as the applied force. When the force is applied, that force gets transmitted from the material to the lower punch. So the proportion of applied force is transmitted to the lower punch. It is called as it is denoted by the FL. Some forces losses between the reaction when the material is being compressed inside the die cavity. So material moves along the die wall, and some reaction, the frictional reaction occurs between the moving material and the die wall. So frictional forces may be inferred. It is denoted by the FD, and there is a generation of the radial force. Radial force is nothing but force exerted by the die cavity upon the material as a result of equal and opposite reaction. Okay. Now, by understanding these different forces, the mean compaction force is nothing but the ratio of FA plus FL divided by 2. FA means the applied force, FL means the transmitted force, divided by 2. So you will get an idea about the mean compaction force. So as a part of lubrication, what is the importance of lubrication in the compression of tablets? So lubrication is usually done by the addition of lubricating agents that we have already seen. So the efficiency of any lubricating agent is expressed in terms of R value. R value is called as a coefficient of lubrication, and R value is nothing but the ratio of the transmitted force to the applied force. It is expected that whatever the force is exerted over the material inside the die cavity, that all the force should be transmitted to the lower punch. Okay. Now, when the 100% force transmission occurs, then definitely the value of R will be 1. But it is practically impossible because some sort of frictional forces may occur between the moving material and die cavity. So the ratio near to the 1 indicates the perfectly lubricated system. The value of R near to 0.98 and value less than 0.8 indicates the poorly lubricated system. So the R value indicating us about the lubrication in the formulation. If your R value is less than 0.8, then it indicates the poorly lubricated system, and R value between greater than 0.8 to the near to 1, that indicates the properly lubricated system. So R value is called as the coefficient of lubrication. Then let us talk about the tablet tooling. Okay. Now, as we know that in tablet compression machine, there are different components are involved. The hopper, and the die cavity, the punches such as lower punch and upper punch is involved. So the tooling or tablet tooling is made up of the three components. One is the upper punch, lower punch, and the die cavity. So in a tablet tooling, the three parts are involved: the upper punch, lower punch, and die cavity. So there are different types of toolings are available. The common tooling is nothing but BB tooling. Okay, so BB tooling and B tooling is the common one. So the differentiating point between this tooling is nothing but their dimensional differences. So the diameter of the punch means, if you want to differentiate them, you can differentiate them on the basis of the barrel or the diameter of the barrel of the punch and outer diameter of the die cavity. Okay. So BB tooling is the common one. Now this is what the pictorial representation of the compression using single punch machine. So I don't think this is required to be explained. This is what the pictorial explanation of the compression cycle of the rotary tablet compression machine. In rotary tablet compression machine, there are different stages. Okay. So first stage is the overfilling of the die. Means here the dies are allowed to overfill. For the filling purpose, and there is a feeding mechanism present in the tablet compression machine. The cam tracks are present in the tablet compression machine, which guides the movement of the upper punch and lower punch. So in very first step, the dies are allowed to overfill. Then the next step is the weight adjustment. So this weight adjustment is carried out over the weight adjustment cam, which is present in the tablet compression machine. The next step is the compression. So during the compression, your lower punch travel above the lower compression roll, and upper punch will travel below the upper compression roll, and tablet get compressed. After the compression, there is a decompression and ejection. Now the evaluation of the tablet. Kote sir, are you there? Hello.
Yes, sir, I am there.
Sir, shall I continue?
Yes, sir, you
If
can
the time
continue.
permits, I can continue.
Yes, sir, you can continue. Yes, please.
Thank you. Evaluation of the tablets. Let us see the evaluation of the tablets. So tablets can be evaluated on different parameters. The first one is the tablet size, which can be determined by using the calipers. Nowadays, the digital calipers are available, which can exactly give us an idea about the size of the tablet. Then shape. The shape of tablet is decided by the shape of die cavity. If your die cavity is circular in shape, so circular tablet will be produced. Color of the tablet can be estimated by the microreflectance spectrophotometer and calorimeter. Presence or absence of order, it can be tested by the manual. So the personnel are appointed to test the formulation. So this is what done by the manual method. Now friability. So we know that in friability, I'm not going to discuss about the procedure, but the important point about the friability is that it gives us an idea about the material loss which may occur during the handling of the product. Okay, so material loss can be estimated by performing the friability test, where the tablets are subjected to combined effect of the abrasion and shock. Once the time is completed, the tablets, the difference between the weight of tablets is calculated in terms of material loss. So at any condition, material loss during the friability test should not be more than 1%. It should be less than 1%. Okay. Now in weight variation test, the tablet meets in weight variation test. We know that the 20 tablets are weighed individually, and their average weight is calculated. And then we have to compare the individual weight of tablets with the average weight of tablet. Okay. Now there is an acceptance criteria given by the pharmacopoeia. At left hand side in the table, the weight acceptance criteria are given by the USP is mentioned, and average weight acceptance criteria as per the IP is mentioned. So as per the USP, if your tablet weight is less than 130 milligram, then 10% maximum difference is allowed. As per the IP, if your average weight is less than 80 milligram, then 10% is allowed. If your average weight is in the range of 130 to 324 milligram, 7.5% of maximum difference is allowed. And if the average weight is greater than 324 milligram, then 5% the weight variation is allowed. So similarly, the criteria is given by the Indian pharmacopoeia. The tablet, when we compare the individual weights with the average weight of tablets, we have to find out how many tablets are getting fail outside the limit. Okay, so the tablet meet the test if not more than 2 tablets are outside the given percentage limit, and no tablet differs by more than 2 times the given percentage limit. So whatever the percentage limit is given, if your 1 tablet is getting failed only, but if the 1 tablet is getting failed by more than 2 times the given percentage limit, then also your test will be failed. Certainty uniformity of the tablet. So in this case, the 30 tablets are randomly selected. At least 10 of them are individually assessed. 9 of the 10 tablets must contain not less than 85% and not more than 115%. So whatever the important points are there, I have mentioned in the different color, in brown color. So for content uniformity, the acceptance criteria is 85% and 115%. So out of this 10 tablet, 9 tablet must contain at least 85% of the drug, and it should not contain more than 115% of the drug. The 10 tablet may contain, it is not compulsory, it may contain 75% of the drug and not more than 125% of the drug. If these requirements are not met, the remaining tablets from the 30 tablets must be assessed. And out of that 30 tablets, no tablet should fall outside the given percentage limit. Then hardness and crushing strength. So actually, the hardness of the tablet is determined to check the strength, mechanical strength of the tablet. So it is the force required to just cause a break in tablet when it is applied, when the force is applied in diametric compression test. The hardness of tablet can be estimated by using different types of hardness testers, such as Monsanto hardness tester, Pfizer hardness tester, Strongkopf tester, Irveka tester, etc. Disintegration test. So in disintegration test, what is meant by disintegration? So in the disintegration, your tablet will be converted into the small fragments. So to carry out this test, disintegration test apparatus is there. In disintegration test apparatus, there are few components such as disintegration test basket containing 6 glass tubes. The length of each glass tube is 3 inch. The tubes are open at the open at the top and held at the bottom by tube number 10. The disintegration test basket moves at a particular speed, or the frequency you can say. It moves at a frequency of 28 to 32 cycles per minute. To comply with the US standard, the tablet must pass through the same mesh screen. So how will you come to know about the complete disintegration of the tablet is that, so all the particles of the tablet should pass through the tube number 10, which is present in each tube. Normal disintegration time for different types of tablets have been mentioned in the table. So uncoated tablets should be disintegrated within 15 minutes. Film coated and sugar tablets should be disintegrated within 60 minutes of the administration. Enteric coated tablets should be disintegrated within 3 hours unless and until it is specified. So to determine the disintegration time of the enteric coated tablets, the tablets are initially subjected to the acidic medium. We know that enteric coated tablets are made to get disintegrate into the intestine. So therefore, during the initial period of 2 hours, tablet should not show any sign of disintegration. And then the same tablet is withdrawn from the acidic medium and it is placed into the alkaline medium. So in alkaline medium, the tablet should be disintegrated within the specified time. But in a broader sense, in a normal sense, the enteric coated tablet should be disintegrated within 3 hours. Hard gelatin capsule for 30 minutes and soft gelatin capsule for the 60 minutes. Different types of dissolution test apparatus are there. Actually, there are 7 different types of dissolution test apparatus are there. You have to memorize the names and their usage actually. So type 1 is the basket apparatus as per the USP. As per the IP, type 1 is the paddle 1. Type 2 apparatus is the paddle apparatus. Type 3 is known as reciprocating cylinder. Type 4 is known as flow through cell. Type 5 is the paddle over disc. Type 6 is the rotating cylinder, and type 7 is the reciprocating holder. So different types of the tablet dissolution test apparatus are there. Now dissolution test, how to conduct the dissolution test. So dissolution test is known as a sequential test. Okay. So this is mostly carried out in 3 different steps. What is step 1? So in step 1, the 6 tablets are tested. Means we have to carry out the dissolution study of 6 tablets individually. If your test 1 is getting passed, then you don't have to move for the stage 2 and stage 3. Okay. If your stage 1 get failed, then you need to proceed for the stage 2. So in step 1, the criteria is that if all the tablets are not less than Q plus 5%. What is Q? Q is the monograph limit of the particular drug, which is indicating the percent of drug releases within a specified time. Okay, let us say there is a paracetamol tablet. So if Q is saying that within 1 hour, 80% of drug should be released. So that is Q1. Okay, now in stage 1, Q plus 5% means extra 5% dissolution is expected. If this happens in stage 1, we don't have to move for the stage 2. Or if it does not meet our criteria, then we need to move for stage 2. Now in stage 2, additional 6 tablets are tested in a similar way. So in stage 1, there was 6 tablets. In stage 2, there are 6 tablets are involved. So now you are having the data of entire 12 tablets. Now acceptance criteria of stage 2 is if the average of 12 tablets is greater than or equal to Q and no unit is less than Q minus 15%, then the test is passed. If this criteria does not passes, then you need to move for the stage 3. In stage 3, additional 12 tablets are tested. Okay. So now you are having the data of entire 24 tablets. 6 tablets from the stage 1, 6 tablets from the stage 2, and 12 tablets from the stage 3. So you are having the data of entire 24 tablets. Now the acceptance criteria for stage 3, if the average of all 24 tablets is greater than or equal to Q, and if not more than Q or 2 tablets are less than Q minus 15%, then the test will be considered as a pass. Otherwise, the batch will be rejected. The common defects in the tablets. The common defects in tablets are the capping and lamination, the picking and sticking, mottling, weight variation, hardness variation, and double inflation. Capping and lamination. What is meant by capping and lamination? So capping is a term used to describe the partial or complete separation of either top or bottom crowns of the tablet from the main body of the tablet. You can see the picture. The capping is indicated in the term of where the top portion or top crown of the tablet will be separated. In lamination, the tablet will be disintegrated or will be separated in 2 or more different layers. What are the causes of capping and lamination? The first cause is the entrapment, air entrapment during the compression. If the air is entrapped during the compression inside the tablet, upon ejection, when there is a less pressure, comparatively less pressure is there, your entrapped air will try to escape from the formulation. It may cause the capping and lamination. Deformation properties during and following the compression. Then the next one is the stress relaxation. Stress relaxation could be a reason for the capping and lamination, and use of deep concho punches can be a reason behind the capping and lamination. The cause and remedies of lamination related to the machine. So if the cause is rapid relaxation of the peripheral regions of the tablet on ejection from the die cavity and rapid decompression. If this could be a cause, then remedies are to use the tapered dies and use the pre-compression step, which will reduce the turret speed. Turret means the holding the tray which holds the punches. Okay. So if you want to solve the problem of capping and lamination, you can reduce the speed of tableting to allow the more time for the relaxation. Then low moisture content present in the formulation can be a reason. Third invert punches may causes a claw formation in tablets. Development of bearing at the area of the compression in die. When the compression of tablet occurs repeatedly occurs at a single space, at the same space, the wearing ring may occur at the die cavity. and that the diameter of that bearing is slightly larger than the diameter of the die cavity. Therefore, there will be an issue arises during the ejection of tablet. So the cause is poorly finished die, and deep contour punches, lower punch remains below the face of die cavity, incorrect adjustment of the slip of blade, and high turret speed. So accordingly, we need to correct all the factors affecting the epithelial lamination. Picking and sticking. Picking means when the surface material stick to the punches, then it is called as a picking. And when the punch tip have the engraved, which mainly occurs when the your punches are having the engraved or embossing type of design for the punch faces, then you may suffer the problem of sticking. Sticking refers to the tablet material adhering to the die wall. So to solve the problem, the lubricating agents are added. When sticking occurs, additional force is required to overcome the friction between the tablet and die wall during the ejection. Chipping is defined as the breaking of tablet edges while the tablet leaves the press or during subsequent handling and coating operations. So sticking on punch faces, the remedies are dry the granules properly or increase the lubrication, because sticking may occur because of the excess moisture. Too dry granules, moisten if the amount of moisture is less than required, then we need to add some hydrophobic substances. Too much binding causes the chipping at bottom. Optimize the binding or use the dry binder. Sticking problem do not allow the lower punches to free flow. Yes, exactly. So when your material stick up to the punches, your move punches will not properly move inside the die cavity during the compression. Mottling is related with the unequal distribution of the color on the tablet. The cause of mottling is drug whose color is different from the excipient, so it may result in the appearance of the spots of the color of API. Then the drug whose degradation products are colored. Sometimes degradation may occur, and if the degradation products are colored, then mottling may occur. A dye can cause the mottling by migrating to the surface. So solute migration or dye migration can be a reason behind the mottling, which may occur during the drying. To overcome this difficulty, the formulator may change the solvent system, formulator may change the binder system, and reduce the drying temperature. Poor flow, weight variation. Sorry. So in weight variation, we know that the causes of weight variation is the insufficient die filling. The weight of tablet being compressed is determined by the amount of granulation in the die prior to compression. As I told you, the die cavities are being filled by the volumetric process. So if your dies are not getting properly filled, it may result in weight variation, subsequently those ununiformities. So the causes behind the insufficient die filling is the poor flow. So the issue of poor flow can be solved by using the different types of glidants, by using the vibrator assisted hopper, by using the augers in the hoppers, etc. Okay. So this is all about the flowability. Then let us talk about the last part of the topic, that is the coating. We know that in tablet coating there are some objectives. So, for the coating, the objectives are to mask the taste, odor, and color of the drug, to provide the physical and chemical protection to the drug, to control the release of the drug from the tablet, and to protect the drug from the acidic environment. The process of sugar coating is mentioned in the table. So there are 4 important steps involved in the sugar coating. First is the seal coating, second one is the sub coating, third one is the syrup coating or coloration of the tablet, and last one is the polishing. In seal coating, the name itself indicates the sealing is done. Why sealing is done? Because to prevent the penetration of moisture, the sealing is mostly done. This sealing is done by using shellac or zinc. These are the resinous material which are the effective sealant that generally used. Subcoating, it is applied to round the edges and build up the tablet size. In syrup coating, the purpose of the syrup coating is to cover and fill the imperfections in the tablet surface, and at the same time to provide the color to the tablet. Okay. So the coloring of tablet is usually done in the syrup coating. And in polishing, the tablets can be polished in standard coating pan or canvas line polishing pan. The carnauba wax and beeswax in naphthalene solution can be utilized for the polishing purpose of the sugar coated tablet. There are different types of equipment utilized in the coating of the tablet, such as standard coating pan and perforated coating pan. The standard coating pan does not have the perforation, whereas perforated coating pans may be entirely perforated or some components of the pans may be perforated in nature. The examples of standard coating pan are the Pellegrini plan, immersion spot system, and immersion tube system. Acela coater, dry coater, glass coater are the examples of the perforated coating pan. There is a specialized, or we can say the air suspension coater, which is also called as a fluidized bed coater or Brewster coater, which works on the principle of fluid bed dryer. Okay, the working principle is almost similar. Now, in the coating, there are two different types of spray application system. One is the high pressure, which is airless. The system is air is not involved in high pressure system. The dimensions of the high pressure airless system is that it operates at the higher pressure, relatively higher pressure of 250 to 3000 psi, and the orifice size of the nozzle is in the range of 0.009 to 0.02 inch internal diameter. The degree of automation of high pressure system can be controlled by the fluid pressure, the orifice size of the nozzle, and the viscosity of the liquid. Similarly, there is a low pressure with air system which operates through a larger orifice, means the size is the size of orifice of the spray application system is quite larger, and which relatively operates at the lower pressure. The problems in tablet coating, there are some common coating defects, or you may call them as a problem. So blistering, chipping, crattering, and orange peel effect is a common problem associated with the tablet coating. So blistering, it is a local detachment of film. So when the coated film gets detached from the core of the tablet, it is called as a blistering. The reason is entrapment of the gases or entrapment of the gases under the film, and remedy is to use the mild drying conditions. So by using the mild drying condition means too rapid drying it should not be recommended. Okay, so actually during the coating, the rate of application of coating composition should be equivalent to the rate of evaporation. When this balance get affected, disturbed, so the defects in the coating may occur. Chipping, there was a chipping defect in tablets also. Here is a chipping related with the chipping of the coated film. Means here the chipping of film is associated, and there was a chipping of tablet material was there. So in chipping, it is a defect where the film becomes chipped and dented. Reason is decreasing the fluidizing air. Remedy is to solve the increase. Remedy is to increase the hardness of the film by increasing the molecular weight grade of the polymer. If chipping occurs, why chipping occurs? Because of the low strength of the film. So to improve the strength of the film, we need to use such polymers having the higher molecular weight. Cratering means the formation of craters. So what the volcano-like craters appear exposing the tablet surfaces. This is mostly occurs at the crowns of the tablets. When moisture penetrates into the tablet, the volcano-like craters may appear. Okay. The reason the coating solution penetrates. Now, as this problem is associated with the coating, so whatever the coating solution or solvent is there, it may penetrate into the surface of the tablet, oftenly at the crown, and insufficient drying and higher rate of application could be the cause. The remedy is to use the efficient and optimum drying condition. Orange peel effect, the name itself indicates it looks like orange peel. So appearance is similar to that of orange. Reason is inadequate spreading of the coating solution before drying, and remedy is to use the mild drying condition. There are some film forming agents such as non-enteric materials, enteric materials, plasticizers, and opacifying agents. Their names and examples have been mentioned in the table. Finally, here the discussion related with the micromeritics, rheology, HLD, and entire tablet, where we cover the tablet and the coating of tablet. It is finished. I wish to acknowledge my principal, beloved principal, Dr. Nitin Bigeware, for giving me or for allowing me to conduct this session. I also thankful to Dr. Sanjay Arote sir, who is the principal of Marketing Institute, for giving me the opportunity to interact with the students. And I'm also thankful to the Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technological University for providing me this platform. So, Kote sir, it is finished from my side.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable guidance and highlighting the points which are important as far as the GPAT examination is concerned. We appreciate that your presentation was really very good and knowledgeable, which will benefit the students to attempt the competitive exams like GPAT. So now
Yes, sir.
it's time to
Actually, we know
propose
that physics is a very vast syllabus. I tried to cover the maximum point as much I can cover, because you also know that there is a vast syllabus and there was a time constraint. Therefore, I couldn't cover the more topics in my lecture.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So now it's time to propose vote of thanks to Professor Dr. Sagar Firke, sir. So, sir, I am very thankful for accepting our invitation and delivering a talk in this 2 days national level workshop sponsored by Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technological University and organized by Matusri Institute of Pharmacy. I am thankful to you. I am thankful to Dr. Nitin B. Givre, sir, for giving you permission to take this talk. I am also thankful to management, Matusri Institute of Pharmacy, principal, and last but not the least, all the participants for their patient listening. So thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I end, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now it's time for the second session of the day, that is tips and tricks for preparation of pharmacology in competitive examinations. We have a wonderful personality from the pharma fraternity and with a very good research background in pharmacology. So I welcome Professor Mahendra Giri sir, a family member of Matusri Institute of Pharmacy. Sir, have you joined? I think there is some. Yes, sir is present.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, sir. I welcome you on behalf of Principal, Matusri Institute of Pharmacy, and all the participants.
Yes, thank you.
So now it's time to introduce our today's second speaker, Professor Mahendra Giri sir. Professor Mahendra Giri sir, working as head pharmacology at Matusri Institute of Pharmacy and engaged in academic activities since last 14 years. He is having a vast experience in the field of pharmacology. Talking about his teaching experience, he has worked as assistant professor for 13 years at Sanjeevani College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, and also for 1 year at Rajesh Shaw College of Pharmacy, Buldana. Currently, he is working with Matusri Institute of Pharmacy. Talking about educational background, he has completed his bachelor's from Pravara Rural College of Pharmacy, Pravara Nagar, and master's from Acharya and BM Reddy College of Pharmacy, Bangalore. He is also pursuing his PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad. Talking about responsibilities handled by Sir, he was member steering committee for NAC, member steering committee for NBA, NIRF documentation, AICTE C2 survey, ISO internal auditor, ERP software, and the most important software, that is SAP. His area of interest lies in nanotechnology, preclinical research, biostudies. His contribution in university activities is he chairman and examiner for the practical examinations carried out by Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. He was the assessor for the theory examinations and external senior supervisor, the exams that were conducted by Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. His area of research in neuropharmacology, ulcer, diabetes, and psychology. His Google Scholar citation report is he is having 148 citations, H index of 5 and I10 index of 4. He has published more than 70 research papers in various national and international journals of repute. He is also the member for assessing the research papers for various national and international journals of repute. Talking about his publications, he has also published and won international Australian patent and also one book in the Lap Lambert publication, which is being governed by UK. So now it's time to welcome Professor Mahendra Giri sir and hear to him. Sir, I request you to deliver your talk.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ajay. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, sir, you can.
The screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. So here today, so I first of all thank you for giving me this opportunity for giving a lecture on how to prepare a pharmacology subject. So in that, I'm just going to provide tricks and tips for preparation of the pharmacology subject. Before proceeding with this study pattern, I need to know about psychology of the students, those who are trying to go for the GPAT examination. You are able to hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes. So primarily that I need to give a stress on that number of students are not going for GPAT examination through their fresh minds. They are having some stress, some anxieties. Likewise, they are facing. And due to that one, what happens, whatever they studied, they are not able to calculate that all the things as per the requirements. So if you are going to see that first thing which we are able to see, that is nothing but the fear which is come in the mind of the students or come in the mind of anyone who is proceeding for the examination. So what is the fear actually? Fear is an intensely unpleasant emotion in response to perceiving or recognizing a danger or a threat. So this is a danger or threat. You are considering these examinations as a danger. These examinations are a little bit uh, what you are able to say, that you are unable to perform, or you are thinking that I'm having a lacuna, I'm unable to go for that examination. Likewise, anything that fears are there in the mind. I don't know why that fear is there. You need to remove that fear first. If you are going to remove that fear, then and then only you are able to go for the actual study parameters. Then only you are able to understand that what I need to do. That means there are a number of calculations you need to do when you are proceeding with any particular examination. If fear is there, obviously you have to enter into the anxiety. This is nothing but the feeling of fear, dread, and uneasiness. So see what happens in that cases. Same way, I don't know why number of people are getting anxiety for the studies. Now, if you are thinking about any particular subject, I'm not talking about only pharmacology. Pharmacology is the branch which deals with the psychology also. So most important part is that you need to concentrate on the psychological parts. If With the fresh mind, if you are going to sit for the examinations, then even though you are not studied, you are getting a good score. Yes, I am able to say that thing. Because already you are present for the number of lectures, already you are present for number of sessions, already you are studying from number of books, number of other discussions from the any sources. You are learning number of things. But the fear and the anxiety is the main parameter who is responsible for locking that knowledge inside your brain. So very important part is that relax yourself, take it easy. So when you are relaxed and when you are in the easy step, then and then only you are able to concentrate. You are able to concentrate on your particular whatever the parameter you are taking, such as you are going for the study, you are going for any taking a discussion or sorry decision for any particular thing. It's very easier task to you then to calculate the things. That's why relaxation is important part. Okay, why I am giving these two important things in front of you, that is the stress or the fear and anxiety, because number of students are not get qualified the GPAT examination, even though they did a hard work, even though they studied hard. Very important parameter is this one. Because of this anxiety, because of this fear, students are unable to concentrate on their brain pathways, so that can whatever they studied, whatever they read, whatever they understand, they forget all the things whenever the question paper stands in front of them. So that's why I'm saying be relaxed. When you are relaxed, at that time easily you are able to proceed with all this type of release pattern. That means the storage, which is your brain, the number of things are stored in your brain, that all the things are get released very easily when you are relaxed. That's why I say that take it easy. I have very nice these two things with me. That is two type of persons I am able to see. One person is with the growth mindset and another person is with the fixed mindset. If you are thinking that who I am, you need to ask number of questions to yourself. And when you are getting a perfect answers from that one, you are able to realize that, yes, I am able to do the things. Yes, I am able to achieve my goal. Right? So if you are going to see the fixed mindset persons, whenever failure is there, failure is the limit of my abilities. Likewise, their thinkings are there. I am either good at it or I am not. Likewise, questions are there in their mind. My abilities are unchanging, or I don't like to be challenged. I can either do it or I can't. My potential is predetermined. Likewise, number of things are there in that particular person's mindset. So this is the fixed mindset. So we need to shift ourselves towards a growth mindset. Even though failure is there, no problem. Failure is an opportunity to grow. I can learn to do anything I want. Challenges help me to grow. Likewise, thinkings need to be get entered in your brain. So likewise, we need to shift ourselves from the fixed mindset to growth mindset. So easily you are able to beat your fear, able to beat your anxiety. Very important parameters. And accordingly, I have very important quote. Actually, this quote is from the share market. This is the Warren Buffett, and this person is given a very nice quote. If you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work until you die. A very fine sentence is there, and very experienced person is giving that sentence. So I just shifted one word in that one for my GPAT warriors. Very simple word I am going to shift. If you don't find a way to learn something while you sleep, you will work for that particular study until you die. So you need to beat your fear. You need to beat your anxiety. So how can you are able to do those particular things? Very simple ways are there. Just relaxed. When you relaxed, And when you are concentrating on that study parameters, very easily you are able to catch the scenario. What is the scenario? My scenario is today is I am going to prepare for the GPAT examination. GPAT examination, I just see the examination date. I'm having 1.5 months, or I'm having 2 months in my hand. I need to study these subjects. These many topics are there in the subject, so I'm get confused. Which topic I need to concentrate, what I need to study. So each and everyone, each and every expert, subject expert is able to explain about that topic, about some important questionnaires, but that is sufficient to go for the GPAT examination? No. GPAT examination purpose, this is not sufficient parameter. You need to adjust with some logics. Very important thing, logic. Whatever the pattern is there for the question and answers, that pattern is completely dependent on your logic, because whatever you studied, whatever data you fixed in your mind, you have to use that data logically for giving the perfect answers, or for selecting a perfect choice for that particular question. Syllabus points are very important. Yes, important. Why you are not reading the things? Yes, you are reading the things. How many things you read? Each and everything you read. 100% syllabus you covered before examination. 100% topics you covered. All these topics related questionnaires you covered. You read the things. That all the things are fixed in your mind. But problem is that there is an only one way directional flow. That is nothing but incoming. So all the data is going to enter inside your brain. It's okay. All the data is going inside your brain. It's okay. Very good. Because I'm getting a big storage for that data. I'm having a knowledge of pharmacology. I'm having a knowledge of pharmaceutics. I'm having a knowledge of pharmacochemistry. I'm having a knowledge of pharmacognosy. Very good. Data is very good. Data is stored in my brain. What about the outgoing pathway? Yes, my answer is very simple. Sorry, my question is very simple. That what is the outgoing pathway means? Whatever the data is fixed in my brain, how can I use that particular data? There is not a single question that is how can I use. There is a double question. How can I use my data, and where to use? Where to use? So whenever GPAT examination is there, at that time, that MCQ type examinations are there, you have to use that data logically for the selection of that choices. What is the correct choice for that particular question? And if data related, that means suppose what you're able to say that in bundle answers, you need to write complete things, classifications and drug related example, and all the things you need to write. It's okay that whenever the 10-mark question is there, write a note on. Likewise, yes, you are able to get a marks in that one, because there is no requirement of logic. You need to write whatever you know about that particular disease. You need to know about that particular classification, that particular drug. That is sufficient. But whenever GPAT is there, you have to use the logic. Without logic, it is not possible. That's why I said that you need to beat your fear. You need to beat your anxiety first. First beat it. Then you are able to proceed with this outgoing pathway. You are able to give a logic to that particular thing, because you already studied a lot. Already you are having a fulfilled 100% syllabus related data in your brain. Okay, so the mechanism and side effects are the major important part for that. So each and every drug is having its own mechanism. That drug is having a mechanism means that drug is going to show some effects inside your body. When that effects are produced at the desirable level, at desirable target sites, then it is a mechanism and is doing well. But when unwanted sites are get also affected by that one, that is the side effect which we are able to see in case of this one, in case of any particular drug. If you are going to see the GPAT examinations, number of questions are asked That is near about, I think so, as per my knowledge, 20 to 30 questions are there on pharmacology. And it is variable from year to year. And if you are going to see the topics, 40 to 50 topics are there for study purpose. So it's very difficult task for 20, 30 or 40 question purpose. I need to study 40 or 50 topics. So it's important part that which topic I need to select first. How I am going to select that particular topic? What is the importance? So before that one, if you are going to see pharmacology, very important. You have four main study parameters. First is human anatomy and physiology, pathophysiology, pharmacotherapy, clinical pharmacy. Likewise, these four parameters are important while you are studying this pharmacology for your GPAT preparation purpose. But as per my knowledge, if you are going to see, pharmacology is the main branch and pharmacology is the main subject where if you are having a perfect knowledge of these first two parameters, that is human anatomy and physiology and pathophysiology, this one is going to help you for your pharmaceutics, pharmacochemistry, pharmacognosy also. Because this is a pharmacy profession. GPAT examination is on the pharmacy profession. That means anyhow you have to prepare for these two subjects first. That's why my suggestion is there while whenever you are starting with your GPAT studies, what you need to do? What you need to do? You need to do only one thing and very basic thing. Study human anatomy and physiology in basic. Go through thorough study of the human anatomy and physiology, then go through a basic study of a pathophysiology. Why I'm saying like this way? Because if you're going to study the pharmaceutics at that time, you need to know about a human anatomy and physiology, how it works. And accordingly, you are going to prepare a tablet. According to you are going to prepare any formulation for that one. If you know the human anatomy and physiology, then you are easily able to understand how that particular preparation works. And for betterment of that particular preparation purpose, what type of things you need to do. That's why this is important subjects. If you study in detail, you are able to understand each and every subject because these each and every subjects are working for the same. Each and every subject is working for the same. Okay. If you are going to see in pharmacology, human anatomy, physiology, this is a structure, location, and physiology of the organs and the systems, which are already present and already we studied in first year, but we are not concentrated on the parameters exactly which I need to study, exactly at where I need to concentrate. Pathophysiology, main causes of the diseases and its mechanisms. I need to concentrate on that one. What are the main causes? Main causes are important because the cause itself shows a mechanism to develop that disease or develop that disorder. Then you are able to understand what is the pharmacotherapy. If you know about human anatomy and physiology and pathophysiology, then you are able to understand what is the pharmacotherapy. That means how and which drugs used in the patient. How and which drugs. And at last, clinical pharmacy, diagnosis and dosage adjustments of the selected drugs. These are the four parameters we need to keep in our mind that whenever we need to go for the GPAT examinations, first two, human anatomy and physiology and pathophysiology, you should be thorough with these two parameters for a complete GPAT. I am saying a complete GPAT because all the subjects are depending on these two parameters, including pharmacology. But the pharmacology is the exactly base for the pharmacology is this human anatomy, physiology, and pathophysiology. So go thoroughly with this one first. We are directly proceeding with the topics and we are directly dealing with the topics related that questions, answers, and all the things. Directly dealing. It's not. This is not good way to study. Go with the basics. First, I need to understand these two parameters and then I'm able to proceed with the Same thing, right? So how can I deal with this one? If you are going to say for pharmacology purpose, these questions are less, topics are more. Normally, if you're going to see for the study, you required 120 days or 180 days. But if you're concentrating yourself and fearless, without anxiety, you required only 20 days. This is effective study. In these 20 days, you are able to complete your whole topics. Yes, there is very good study parameters. According to that one, we are able to proceed. If we are having a planning for that, in 20 days, we are going to finish the subject. And another important part is that when you are studying the things according to the planning, obviously 100% knowledge you are able to gain, and no need to mug up. No need to mug up. Because obviously, as already I said, that logic is an important part in case of the MCQ type examinations. So what and how need to prepare? Simple thing is that check your requirements. What is there with you when you are proceeding for the GPAT examination studies? What is there with you? Did you have a number of books? Did you have a library, good library where number of books are available? You were able to utilize that one. Did you have any study space where silently you are able to study? Did you have any cool place where in that one when you are sitting for the study, no anxiety, no pressure? That means AC rooms. Likewise, is that a requirement? No, that is not requirement. What is the requirement? Very first requirement is, as already I said, your mindset. Very first requirement is positive mindset. Another most important thing is that, as already I said, you are proceeding for the GPAT examination. The basic subject is human anatomy and physiology and pathophysiology. These two main subjects you have to study first. Clear these two subjects first. Understand these two subjects first. Then proceed with other also subjects, including pharmacology also. This is also other subject. In case of the pharmacy, basic two subjects, human anatomy and physiology and pathophysiology. So this is your requirement. Try to understand the requirements. What is my requirement? First, try to fulfill the requirement. If you are going to fulfill the requirement, then only it is possible that you are ready for doing a fight. Yes. Then fix your goal. So what is the goal? There are a number of goals, long-term goals, short-term goals, number of goals are there. So what type of goal you need to fix? You need to fix a very short goal. Do not go for long goals directly. That means long goal is, I have to qualify a GPAT examination. Do not go for that longer goal. Because when longer goal you are going to fix in your mind, what happens? You forget to concentrate on your short goals. What is the short goal? I need to finish the first subject, human anatomy and physiology. I need to understand the subject first. Second, I need to understand the diseases first. I need to understand the causes first. Okay, so firstly, fix short goals in your mind. And then, on depending on your short goals collection, the bunch of short goals is responsible for giving you a longer goal. Right? This longer goal is important part. When a bunch of short goal is going to form a long goal. So what is the longer goal? GPAT qualification again. So if you are going to firstly fix a long goal and then you are proceeding for the short goals, it is not possible. So firstly, fix your short goals and then proceed with the longer goals, and 101% you are able to achieve your target. I'm sure for that one. These studies are very important. These studies are very important. Topics are important. Yes, topics are important. Subjects are important. Yes, subjects are also important. But more than that, important thing is that right path. From where need to start the study? How I need to start the study? This is very important part. And when you are selecting this type of things for each and every subject, then and then only you are able to proceed with your targets. You are able to achieve your target. You getting? So why I am giving these particular things to you? Because I am the pharmacologist and I need to concentrate on the psychology of the students first. Whenever psychologically you are prepared for the examination, then and then only success is there in your hand. Otherwise, no chances. Even though you did anything. That's why I quote that sentence. It's a very simple sentence I quote, right? So that sentence you need to keep in your mind. If you don't find a way to achieve these learning something, way to learning some things, you have to work till you die. So logic-based studies are important. What is requirement? What I need to do? How can I am going to separate or distinguish these particular topics? What is the important things in that one? How many questions they are asking on this particular topic? How many times they asked? So if you're going to see the previous examinations, previous GPAT, that question papers, if you're studying, you are able to understand that number of times, number of questions are repeated, but only their change in some sentences, change in some parameters only, little bit. Answer is same, that meaning is same for that one. You need to concentrate on the same because question is very important and that the question need to be get answered. And that's why you need to concentrate on this type of questions. If you are studying 10 question papers, and suppose take an example, in 10 question papers, 10 questions are there for the pharmacology, or you just take an example, 10 questions are there in one question paper, 10 question papers you studied, that means you are having 100 questions with you. And if you are going to reverse, or if you are going to prepare again questions on that questions, you are getting a 500 questions in your hand with answers. How? One question is having 4 answers. One question is having 4 answers. That means that one question, when asked, one correct answer is present in that question, that answers. Okay, one question you finished. What about the remaining 3 wrong answers? If you are preparing a questions for these 3 wrong answers, you are able to prepare more 4 questions, right? That means all or none. Likewise, one question, these 3 questions and the starting first question. That means for one question, you are able to prepare 5 questions on the same topic. Prepare likewise. If you are having 100 questions in your hand, you are able to prepare 500 questions at a time. Just think that how many questions you have in your hand and how can you are able to prepare other questions. So one question answer is giving you 5 questions answer very easily. So logically, you need to study this one. Subject, topic, classifications, examples, their mechanisms, their side effects, their adverse effects, their toxicities. Likewise, each and everything, if you're trying to keep in your mind, if you're trying to mug it up, if you're trying to fix in your brain, it is not possible at all. So logically, you need to study. If you are concentrating how to study pharmacology, I am having very specific parameters with me. Okay, very specific parameters with me. What are that parameters? 1 minute. What is that parameters I have? Catch the logic in, very simple thing. Catch the logic in where you need to catch the logic. You need to catch the logic in mechanism of action of the drug. What is the basic logic in that? Find out what is the basic logic in that. In the mechanism, what is the basic logic? Find out. Accordingly, you are able to fix the drugs. According to you are able to fix the molecules. Same way, catch the logics in the side effects. Catch the logics in indications, contraindications, drug interactions. You have to catch the logics. Then only it is possible. Suppose example is given here, right? Concentrate on these points and identify points which are clinically significant and unique. Example is given, a single and simple sign and symptom, that is nausea and vomiting. A common one. This is a very common side effect for number of drugs, nausea and vomiting. But if you are taking an example of cisplatin, in case of the cisplatin, nausea and vomiting is the severe sign and symptom. Sorry, side effect, nausea and vomiting, very severe. So what we're doing in that case? We're going to combine cisplatin with ondansetron and then prescribing. This is the logic. So whenever this side effect is there and that side effect, I am going to concentrate on the side effect. What is the solution for that side effect? This is the solution. This is the logic behind that. When cisplatin is having a severe nausea and vomiting, what I need to do, I need to combine this cisplatin with the simple ondansetron. I am able to resolve that nausea and vomiting, and I am able to utilize cisplatin related anti-cancer effect. That means each and every these points are having some hidden logics inside them. Find out that logics. What is the logic behind that? Find out that logic and concentrate on that logic. Then only you are able to study the pharmacology. And within very short period, if you are able to find out the logics in these particular topics, within very short period, you are able to study pharmacology and very easily able to prepare for the GPAT examination. See here, another example if you are going to see. Drug of choice. So you need to give a logic. What is the drug of choice? So whatever the topics you have as per your GPAT syllabus, just go for that particular topics and find out what is the drug of choice for that one. Whatever the topic is there, suppose here example I am giving supraventricular tachycardia. This is the topic. Drug of choice for this topic is adenosine. Very simple thing. And simply I am able to separate. That means if you are having a 40 topics in your hand, you are having 40 drug of choices in your hand. More than might be 40 to 50% questions commonly they are going to ask on the drug of choice. So what they are asking, drug of choice related mechanism, drug of choice related side effect, adverse effect, toxic effect, is a dose, is clinical effects or clinical uses, or another important part is that it's interactions, either with the food, either with the other drugs. So try to find out drug of choice. If cardiogenic shock, you are taking example, dobutamine is the drug of choice. Typhoid fever is there. In that one, drug of choice is ciprofloxacin and ofloxacin. Go for the basic study of this particular molecules. What you are going to study in that molecule? Simple. Pharmacology is having very simple manner, simple way to study. What you need to study? Molecule name, mechanism of action of that particular molecule, side effects of that molecule, toxic effects of that molecule, therapeutic uses of that molecule, and at last, drug interactions of that molecule. These parameters you need to study. It is that much of difficult task that for 40 topics, 40 drug of choices, and for that 40 drugs, you are able to study, you are not able to study in this way, not able to prepare the chart for this particular drugs. Yes, very easily able to prepare. Go for that one. This is the one way where you are getting a very nice marks from the pharmacology. Just select a drug of choice. If not, proceed with the another one. Specific side effects. Need to understand that specific side effects. Suppose you are taking a AC inhibitors. Specific side effects are there. Which one? Dry cough. But why? You need to understand the mechanism. AC inhibitors are responsible for accumulation of bradykinins, and bradykinins are responsible for dry cough. Simple thing. So likewise, you need to concentrate on this particular parameter. That means whenever drug of choices you are selecting, go for the specific side effects also. So that can you are able to get a huge data with you. And understanding is the important part. Logic you need to use. If you're going to see the digoxin, a specific side effect for the digoxin is xanthopsia. Means what? Yellow color region in the patients. Tetracyclines, bone deformalities, teeth discoloration. So these are the specific side effects for these molecules. Try to remember accordingly. Try to remember what is the specific. If this is the specific, you try to fix in your mind. This is the specific thing about this particular molecule. If you are proceeding with the next, you are able to understand the contraindications. Simply, contraindications also important. This drug is contraindicated in this type of conditions. Yes, but why? Why? There are some reasons. You need to use the logic here. You need to fix the logics. In case of the heart failure, calcium channel blockers are contraindicated. Calcium channel blocker, because they're decreasing the force of contraction. Already heart failure is there, force of contraction is already decreased. And in that cases, even though we know that one calcium channel blockers are important in case of the cardiovascular diseases, and here, if you're prescribing calcium channel blockers in case of the especially heart failure, is more forcefully decreasing the force of contraction. And that may result into the heart failure and worsening the condition of the heart failure. Suppose example another, you are taking gout. In case of the gout, already uric acid levels are more. It's saturated in the joints. They're making some harms. They're making some damages. Yes, they're making that damages. They're making these particular things. But in case of that, if you're prescribing the aspirin, what happens? Aspirin, if you're going to see the aspirin related mechanism, not mechanism, if you're going to see the aspirin related excretion, you're able to see that aspirin decreases uric acid excretion because it's going to compete for the excretion size, because it's competing for the excretion process. And when uric acid excretion is get decreased, already gout patient is already increased uric acid levels, and when he's taking an aspirin tablet, excretion of the uric acid is decreased. The result is worsening of the gout attack. This is a specific thing. This is the logic. This logic we need to. Another example, if you are looking towards the ACE inhibitors. ACE inhibitors. In that cases, potassium supplements are contraindicated. Why? Because ACE inhibitors causes already hyperkalemia. Because they are responsible for retention of the potassium. And due to retention of the potassium levels are already high. And in that cases, potassium supplements, or any particular person who is having potassium supplements and is having blood pressure related issue, and you are prescribing ACE inhibitors, in that particular person, hyperkalemic conditions are worsen. So need to stop that one. Logic you need to use. And logic is very important. Right? Someone is doing motion. If you are going to see the next drug interactions. Now see, in case of the pharmacology, these are very important parts. Pharmacokinetics of that molecule and pharmacodynamics. If you are going to see the pharmacodynamic studies of the molecules, at that time you are able to understand the mechanism of actions. What are the mechanism of action? Mechanism of actions are very simple one. Either they are going to work through receptor, either they are going to work through the enzymatic cycle, either they are showing their physical effect on the cell membranes, either they are going to interfering with the genetic sequences, anything. Very simple one. Very few points are there in the pharmacodynamics because we know that cell is functioning, and if we know the anatomy, very important part. If we know the cell first, how cell work, which parts are present on the cell, which parts are functioning for what purpose. If we know that things in detail, we know the pharmacodynamics. We know the drug related effects very easily. Right? And in case of the pharmacokinetics, each and every drug has to go for the absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion process. This is the pharmacokinetics in simple words. But this thing is applied only for basically first absorption is applied only for the oral. Right? So we need to proceed with the logics. In case of the drug interactions, we are able to use our logic and specifically not pharmacodynamically, they are going to interact with each other. They are interacting pharmacokinetically because when they are interacting pharmacodynamically, what we are able to see? We are able to see only few points. Either that drugs interacting, that means one is agonist, another one is the antagonist. That means the stopping the effect. Another interaction, if you are going to see the pharmacodynamically, you are able to see one is the agonist, another one is the reverse agonist. If you are going to see pharmacodynamically another way, that is additive effect we are able to get, synergistic effects we are able to get. This is the beneficial effects which we are going to utilize. That's why today we are going to study a fixed dose combination studies, an important part. But in case of the drug interaction, who is majority affecting? Majority affecting is pharmacokinetic. That's why I'm putting a star on pharmacokinetics. That is important part. Concentrate on pharmacokinetics of that particular molecules. Example is given, quinidine. When quinidine and decoxins, you are prescribing, what you are able to get? Decoxing related toxicity. Why? Why? A very simple example. Quinidine is going to inhibit pump P glycoproteins. And these P glycoproteins are responsible for decoxing excretion. Quinidine is going to inhibit that one. Unknownly or knownly, this is not the thing. The thing is that quinidine is having a structure which is similar or which is able to bind on that particular site specifically. And this is the one of the site, P glycoprotein, where quinidine is able to bind. So obviously, effect we are able to see the inhibition. There is no role that quinidine is doing knowingly that decoxin is present and quinidine don't want to give a excretion for the decoxin. That's why this is doing like this way. No, quinidine is having structural similarity. He's having his own function. He's doing that function. But when we are providing a decoxin with that one, decoxin accumulation is there in your systemic circulation. And you have to face the decoxin toxicity. Same way aspirin example, aspirin and warfarin. Aspirin, number of patients are taking for some severe, mild to moderate pain purpose, painkiller purpose. Some patients who are prescribing as a antiplatelet agent. But when aspirin combined with the warfarin, obviously this particular combination has to increase the hemorrhage. because both are working in same direction. So likewise, pharmacokinetically, we need to concentrate on that particular molecules. A very important parameter that if you're concentrating pharmacokinetically, you understand the things very, very nicely. Another important part is also there, that is mechanism based side effect. Mechanism based side. That's all. That's why I said that in previous example only we see that quinine. Unknownly, not unknownly, due to the presence of the structure, due to the having affinity to bind at that particular site, due to that property only, they are responsible for digoxin toxicity if you are prescribing digoxin along with that. Right? The mechanism based. Here you are able to see the tubocurarine. This is a compound of alkaloid class obtained from curare and used to produce relaxation of the voluntary muscles. And it causes hypotension and bronchospasm. Why? Because answer is very simple, because it releases histamine. Do we know the histamine? We know the histamine. Histamine is autokine. This is a self-remedy. And this histamine, when released in your systemic circulation, very importantly, is going to dilate the things on upper sides. You are able to see the hypotension. At the bronchial sites, we are able to see the constriction, bronchospasm. So tubocurarine, in case of that one, when we are providing for the muscle relaxation purpose, we are able to get these two major side effects, hypotension and bronchospasm, because of is another effect on the release of histamine from the mast cells. Like another example, aspirin is also there. Aspirin is a common drug for relieving minor aches, pains, and fevers. People also use it as an anti-inflammatory or a blood thinner. Yes, very good molecule. But what is the problem with aspirin? It is responsible for bronchospasm. Why directly? No, indirectly. How indirectly? Aspirin is going to interfere with the cyclooxygenase pathway, where arachidonic acids are responsible for conversion into the prostaglandins, thromboxane A2, ELTC4, D4, and E4 via two different ways. Via COX pathway, they are responsible for conversion to the PG and thromboxane A2s. And for lipoxygenase pathway, ELTC4, D4, and E4. Right. So here, aspirin is responsible for blocking the COX pathway, prostaglandins and thromboxanes A2. Result, we are able to see that bronchospasm, huge lipoxygenase pathway activation, and number of LTC4, D4, E4 quantities inside the circulation. Due to that one, we are able to fix the bronchospasm. Need to understand basic mechanism of each and every drug. That's why whenever we are studying about a drug, we need to study a therapeutic uses of that drug also. Why we are studying the therapeutic uses? Because a very simple thing, that particular molecule is able to interact with the number of receptors and with the number of enzymatic cycles which are present at various locations. For some locations, we are able to get a positive and good effects, but for another, we are able to get a negative or the bad effects. Need to concentrate. Very few logic things, very few logically we need to study, very few logic things we need to apply. Mechanism of action based, contraindication based, side effects based, therapeutic uses based. And when you are concentrating on this one, very importantly, drug of choices. All these parameters you need to apply to the drug of choice. More than 50% syllabus you are going to cover. And once you understand that particular disease perfectly, That means the pathophysiology of that particular disease perfectly. You are able to get a perfect answer. Okay. So here is some basic model. What I need to explain you. So whenever you are trying to prepare a particular topic, make a flowchart of your that topic. How you are going to prepare this flowchart? Write down the disease or disorder name in the middle. Okay. And go for the study of causes. Find out how many causes are there, those who are causing this particular condition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number of causes you are able to see. These are the responsible factors, those who are the basic cause for development of this disease or development of this disorder. Find out the mechanism of action of that particular pathway. How that causes this disease or disorder. Write down that one. Right? When you write that one, you are able to understand that there are a number of ways where we are able to block that particular pathway. When you are blocking that particular pathway, we are able to get the mechanism of action of our drug. That means there is an inverse proportion. Which inverse proportion? The mechanism of action of a cause is inversely proportional to the mechanism of action of drug. How that particular cause causes this disease, reversibly that particular drug blocks that disease, which is via that cause. So likewise, you need to prepare this type of flow chart for each and every topic. If you are having 40 topics, only 40 pages you required for pharmacological study. Only 40 pages. Because on this particular on this particular slide only you are able to write. Suppose see here, if you know that suppose see here, if you know about this particular cause related mechanism of action, suppose this is the cell and why this receptor damage, this particular disease is going to happen. Block this receptor, right? If you're blocking this particular receptor means you are having a mechanism of action for your drug. Okay, what? For drug you are having mechanism of action. How? How? Because reversibly, as I already say that reversible relation is there from this cause and the drug related mechanism. So if you are having a number of causes with you, you're having number of mechanism for that one, you're having number of drugs for that one. You need to write the drug name on that particular site only. Finished. Your study is finished. All the classes of this particular disease are laid on this particular site. Okay, and if the signs and symptoms are there for that particular condition, same way write down the mechanism why this particular disorder disease is responsible showing for this sign and symptom. What is the mechanism behind that? Find out that mechanism. You are having the blocker site. On that blocker site, when you are placing your drug, that drug related mechanism is same. You are able to identify the mechanism. That means, yeah, on this all the sites you are able to write these classifications. You are able to study that all the classes at a time in one chart for one disease. Try to prepare this type of flowchart. When you are preparing this flowchart, write down about this particular drug. This is the drug, and this drug related mechanism of action is there. So whatever the effect we are able to get here, and after blocking that one, how this particular disease is get resolved, You are able to see that a drug related mechanism for that disease, but find out now this drug and his affinity towards which receptor, which mechanism of action is following. Either enzymatic reactions are there, either channel ion channels are get opened. Look it for that one. If you are concentrating on that one, that related side effect you are able to write in front of your drug name, because it's going to produce that one, because that drug is present in systemic circulation. So in this one, only this one flow chart contains that disease or that topic related all the classes, that classes related all the examples, drug names, and on that particular drug names you are able to write their major side, adverse and toxic effects. This is very easier task to remember. Whenever you are trying to study, in if 40 diseases are there in your study, 40 papers, 40 pages only you require. Just draw this diagram, draw this all the things on your one paper. Try to fix the topic on one paper. Try to understand a logic behind this particular study. Once you are able to understand these things, very easily you are able to get the pharmacology covered. Okay, so this is the basic diagram you need to prepare for your study, right? So likewise, I'm not going to teach you a pharmacology, how to study the study the topic and how we need to remember the things. I'm going to study, I'm going to give an idea to you because how to study this pharmacology, how to use the logics, and try to prepare yourself. Do not ask questions to anyone. Do not ask questions to anyone, because whenever you are asking a question, very easily you are getting the answer, and when easily you are getting the answer, you forget that answer very easily. Try to find out the answer. If question is there in your mind, try to find out the answer for that question. When you are trying for identification of that particular question and getting an answer for that particular question, you are remembering that answer forever. If you're asking a question to someone else and he's giving the answer, you are going to forget that answer very easily. Okay, so important part is that if you are having a question, try to solve that one by yourself. Yes, you required tricks. Here we are giving the tricks. We are there to give you tricks. How to find out the answer? Where to find out the answer? If you want to study pharmacology, concentrate on some specific books. If you are going to study a pharmacology via receptor parameters, go through Rangandale. Rangandale, very nicely, receptor study parameters are there. If you are unable to memorize the mechanism of action of the drug, go through the KD Tripathi book. Very nicely, hypothetical diagrams are there. Very nicely, you are able to capture that particular image and you are able to understand the mechanism of action of that particular drug. If you want to study a side effect, toxic effects, adverse effect of the drug, go for the Lippincott. Select the Lippincott book for only this purpose. Study the side effects, adverse effects, and toxic effects from that book. So likewise, each and every book is having his own speciality. Apart from that one, if you want perfect, that means modified or updated data for the pharmacology, go for Goodman and Gilman. This is the very important book for the pharmacology. Go for the Goodman and Gilman. When you are studying this data from the Goodman and Gilman, you are able to understand a number of concepts, number of things, number of concepts are get cleared from this particular book. The basic important thing is that you need to know about human anatomy and physiology and pathophysiology basically first. If these two subjects are fixed, If these subjects are perfect, you are able to study all the subjects. As already I said, pharmaceutics, pharmacochemistry, pharmacognosy, pharmacology, all the subjects you are able to study. Because in that one, whatever you are studying, that is just for the clinical purpose. And how they are working, how they are functioning, what are the structures? Structures, why you are studying? Because you are the physiological parts, you are that particular cell, that proteins, that bonds which are fixed on the membranes, these all are having a structural integrities. And why you are studying the structure of this chemical constituent? Because they are having affinity. So concentrate on the anatomy, physiology, and pathophysiology of the particular conditions, particular topics. This is a very important flow chart. Try to prepare this flow chart on a one page, one disease with his classification, with his drugs, with his drug mechanisms, with his drug side effects, adverse effects, toxic effects, doses, all the things you are able to finish on only one page. One disease is get finished on one page. Try to prepare your flow chart by yourself. If you are having 40 topics, 40 pages you required, and your study is finished. Or, and this is lifetime study. You will never forget the things. Okay. So here, again, I'm going to repeat you the same sentence. If you don't find a way to learn something while you sleep, you will work until you die. And very important thing is that why I'm saying that while you sleep, because you need to concentrate on your goal. Whenever your goal is bigger, at that time, sleep is also smaller in front of your goal. So whenever you are sleeping, your thinking is also how to achieve the goal. So when you are going to think accordingly, you are able to achieve your goal very easily. And you need to find out a way. So study these particular things perfectly. Go logically. Use your ideas. Use your logic. How to study, some examples I have given. Try to follow that examples. Prepare your own slides. Prepare your own flow charts and go for that. Okay. So with this, I need to conclude this particular session. So if you are having any questions, you may please. Because I'm not going to teach you a pharmacology. I'm going to teach you how to study a pharmacology.
Participants, the session is open for question answers now. If you have your questions, you can unmute and ask, or you can write it in the chat box. Chat box is open now for everyone. You can message here, or you can unmute yourself and you can have your queries resolved from the speaker. And enable the setting that you can now turn on your mics and you can ask the questions. I hope sir has resolved all the queries and told you that how to study pharmacology in a specific manner to achieve the goal of qualifying the GPAT and scoring marks to get admissions in reputed
In
institutions.
chat box, one question is there. Can I go to the research line if I not get join in NIPER? Yes, you can. There is no limitation for research studies. And even though there is no qualification also required. Yes, research, anyone can do a research, because when your basic knowledge is perfect, Yes, go for that.
Next question is from Anjali that, sir, is the competitive books are good for GPAT?
No, beta. I am very frankly speaking, competitive books are not good. As already I said, I have given one trick to you, that just follow the previous question papers. Select the questions. One question able to give you a 5 questions, right? Because one question is having 4 answers. Just select that one. And if you are going to select that particular question, you are able to prepare another questions for remaining 3 wrong answers. So obviously from one question, you are able to get 3 more questions. That means 4 to 5 questions you are easily able to prepare for that same topic. That is sufficient for you. Try to do like this way. So here one is asking, how can I avoid distractions while studying? And how can I remember my study long time? It's a very nice answer, beta. Wait, sorry, answer not a very nice question. But very important thing is that I said that whenever you are trying for the any preparation, not only examinations, for any preparation, relaxation is very important. Relax yourself. First important point, relax. And then you are able to see that the basic knowledge is important. I'm giving you an idea about getting a logic. Try to use a logic. So logic utilization is a very important part of our life. Anyhow, anywhere, at any point, use the logic. Think it first. Why before doing, think twice. No problem at all. Because time is ours. And then take a decision. Do not distract yourself. If you're thinking that I am get distracted, concentrate yourself. Concentrate on yourself. Who I am, what I want to do. Today, if you don't want to study, do not go for the study. Because as already I said that fear and stress is very harmful to you. Do not go for the study. If you are thinking that I am not going to study, don't go for the study. You want to enjoy, enjoy it. But after enjoyment, when you think that I need to study, just concentrate and focus on your study. That's all. And when you are focusing, try to understand the basic things. Okay. Apart from that, only one thing is there who is able to stop your distraction. That is nothing but the meditation. Try to go for the meditation. Number of videos are available on YouTube. How to go for the meditation. Yes, go for that one. See, one question is also very nicely asked. And how to remember a mechanism of action of all the drugs in easy way. As already I have given the last slide. How to prepare. In that one chart only you are able to understand all the things. Try to prepare the flow chart for that one. You are able to remember each and every drug related mechanism of actions because you know the mechanism of action of that disease, that pathophysiology. You know why this cause is responsible for causing the disease. If you understand that thing, basically you understand the mechanisms perfectly. What you need to concentrate, whether my drug is having affinity towards a receptor, my drug is able to act on the enzyme, my drug is directly responsible for showing the effect on the plasma membrane or directly interacting with the genome. Just that one, that separation is important for you. That's all. And if you're following that my flow chart, if you're preparing the flow chart for the disease, you are able to remember all the mechanism of actions of the drug. Because cause mechanism of action is irreversibly proportional to your mechanism of action of the drug. Okay. Is there any question more? So see, any book perfect? Yes, already I said that what type of study you are performing, what type of study, select that type of book. So if you want all the things in one book, go for Goodman's and Gilman. That's all, only one book and very important book. Go for Goodman and Gilman. Yes, any HAP and pathophysiology, yes, very nice books are available already. Hirschman for pathophysiology, very good basic mechanisms are given. But before going for the pathophysiology, go with the Tortora, human anatomy and physiology. Try to understand that organ first. Try to understand that cellular mechanism first, how that particular cell functions. First go with the cell. Automatically you are able to understand all the things. Because number of times our pathway is wrong. We are unable to proceed with the perfect planning, perfect strategies. We are unable to proceed on the same line. Basic thing is that go with the basic parameter. That means for all the pharma professional, cell is the very important thing. First, learn the cell basic, all cell parameters. You are able to understand all the subjects perfectly. Go with the cell. How cell functions, what is the cell important, how many organelles are present inside the cell, how that organelles are functioning, and how our drugs were preparing, how that plasma membrane is there, what is the role of that plasma membrane, how many types of the cells are there, how many types of plasma membranes. Likewise, you are able to get a number of things. So that's why I'm saying that go for the basic things first. If your basic is clear, you are able to proceed with the next. For HAP, you are going to utilize a Tautora, and for pathophysiology, you are able to use the Hirschman or the Robinsons. Very nice books.
So there is one question which is important as far as the student psychology is concerned, and I am very much glad to inform you all that sir is having a very good knowledge in the psychology too, and as he is a pharmacologist, he can answer it very well. Sir, the question is, when I set short goals and starting to work on it, if unfortunately I am unable to do one task, then whole day get damaged and I am unable to do other tasks due to depression. What should I do? So I think this is the right question to the right person for answering.
Yes, yes, I won't get again, please.
So if he's setting some goals, short-term goals, and if he is
Yeah.
not able to do one of the tasks in his goal, he gets depressed and his whole day gets wasted.
Yes, a very important thing is that. Very important thing. Whenever you're feeling that I'm stressed one, as already I have given in my slides only, just relax first. Relax yourself. How you are going to relax? Just forget the things.
Hello, sir.
Just forget that question. Just forget that short goal. Forget it. No problem at all. Right? If you are going to forget the things, what happens? Your brain becomes clean when you forget the things. But which things you forget? You just forget the stress and the anxiety which is occurred due to that same. Just try to forget the thing. When you're forgetting, your brain is get cleaned. When your brain is clean, you're feeling fresh. When you're feeling fresh, do another work. Do not go for again study, because repetition of the attack is possible. This is a mindset. So forget it. After forgetting, give a time. Give a time for the repairing and maintenance. After repairing and maintenance, whenever you completely get fulfilled with all the things and you are fresh and happy, whenever you are at the max level of happiness, open that short goal again and try to read it. At that time, you won't get a depression. You are able to get a resolution. You are able to get an answer in your mind. But when you are at the max level of your happiness, just try to forget that type of questions. When these questions, when that questions are going to depress you, forget that questions first. Forget that questions. Even though their topic is important, forget that topic. No problem at all. Whenever you are happy, whenever you are fresh, at that time, just open that topic again instantly. You are able to get an answer for your question. This is a psychology. This is the human psychology. Whenever you are stressed and something is going to make you more stressful, at that time, whatever present inside your brain, all the things are get cleaned. Instead of cleaning all the things, better thing is that to clean this same simple thing only. And after feeling better, again reopen it. You are able to get the answers for the same. Okay, might be you are able to understand what I want to say.
Yes, I hope the questions related to pharmacology and the psychology of students during preparation of these examination is cleared by sir, and very glad to announce that he is the part of our institute, that is Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, and many students in his academic career are got guidance from him and qualified these examinations like GPAT and other pharma competitive exams organized by government. So now it's time to conclude because we have the next session from Mr. Mahesh Zavle. If you have any questions or queries, you can reach Professor Mahendra Giri sir. I will share the email address of sir on your WhatsApp and Telegram groups. So now it's time to conclude the session.
Yes, I would like to give a special thanks to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar University, Lonere. Also, I would like to give my special thanks to my mother institute, Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy. I would like to give a thanks to Ajinkya Pote sir, who is organizing very nicely this particular seminar and is taking a good efforts for you peoples for GPAT preparation purpose. I am very thankful to my principal sir, Dr. Arote sir, and especially I thankful to all the my dear students, those who are listening in me clearly, listening me with the concentration. Even though if you are having any issues, Pote sir is going to share my mail ID with you, and just have a connection with me. I'm able to solve your issues, no doubt. Number of students are already get benefited with the same strategies. Okay, thank you. Thank you once again, Ajinkya sir.
The session was so interesting, sir, that even I am getting questions on my WhatsApp in chat box also. The students are again asking the questions, but as we are running short of time, we cannot answer all the questions over here. And as he is the part of our institute and he's always available for you, I declare this on behalf of our institute and behalf of him. So
Yeah,
he will
sure, no
surely
problem.
solve your queries on email. So you can contact him anytime. So now it's time to propose vote of thanks to Professor Mahendra Giri sir. So he is the co-convener of this event, and so I don't think it will be while thanking him, he will require any kind of thanks because he is the part and parcel of this mega event which is organized for all the pharma students present over here. So still as the formality, I propose vote of thanks to Professor Mahendra Giri sir. Sir, thank you for sparing your valuable time and guiding the students for preparation of pharmacology and also clearing their psychology for preparation of these exams.
Yes,
I am also thankful to management, Matoshri Education Society and Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy for arranging this event. I am also thankful to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University. I am also thankful to Principal Dr. Sanjay Arote sir for giving us this permission and arranging this event. I am also thankful to all the participants. So now it's time to hear Mr. Mahesh Zavle, an All India ranker 49 in GPAT examination, and listening to him is really worth as he has qualified the exam with All India rank 49 and NIPER exam with All India rank 54. So getting tips and tricks from such a person who has already achieved this goal of getting in the top 100 students of the India. So I welcome Mr. Mahesh Zavle, research scholar, NIPER Mohali, to start his session. Mahesh, I welcome you on behalf of management, principal, and entire team, Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, and request you to start your session.
Hello, sir. My voice is clear, sir.
Yes, your voice is clear, you are audible.
So my video is all right. Is there any issue?
No, yes, it's
Okay. I will share thanks to Mr. Ajinkya Pote sir for giving such a beautiful introduction of mine. And I would like to thank Matosh Institute of Pharmacy for inviting me in this mega workshop, and I'll be glad to share my experience with you all. So I'll be sharing my screen to give you a short presentation. Okay, so I think, sir, you can make me a host or co-host so that I can share my screen. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay.
Ajinkya,
You can share now. Mahesh, you can share the screen now.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will share my screen. Okay, so my screen is visible and I think the slides are changing, right?
Yes, screen is visible, but it is not in the presentation mode. Can you please make it on presentation mode?
There is a slide window appearing here. So just give me a second, sir.
Yes, you can click
Okay.
on the slide show.
Okay, okay. Yes, yes, I got it.
at the bottom.
Yes, yes. So I think now it's clear, right?
Yeah, okay, right.
Okay. So I welcome you all in this session. And as I joined earlier, so I heard Dr. Giri sir as he was delivering really a good session on pharmacology, like how to study all those things, mechanism of action and all that. And he answered all the psychological questions as well uh, in a really good manner. So yeah, he's my mentor in my B Pharma, and I really take guidance from him as well. So if you feel any query, you can surely contact him. Okay. So the first thing is your aim should be clear. Actually, we see that GPAT and NIPER is just a way to get inside a good institutes. And yeah, it's good to be in such a good institutes and premium institutes and learn from there. But the first and the most important thing is your aim should be clear. Like say that you are clearing a GPAT examination and you are getting good rank, but still you are confused that which subject you want to go for your masters and like what you want to do. If you're not clear with that, too, I would say that firstly you should get the clarity of your career, like what you want to do in your life. Because say like you get good marks in GPAT, NIPER, you get there, but you choose a subject that you're not interested in, and so you'll end up losing your interest. So the first thing is when you are preparing, try to find your interest as well, like which subject you're interested in more. Like there are some students who are interested in pharma MBA kind of stuff, so they even can go to like NIPER for pharma MBA and all that. So there are various fields that you can access through GPAT and NIPER, but like when you are preparing, you should be clear that what is your aim, what is your goal, and I think that thing first of all matters a lot. So once you are clear with that, your most of the part is done. So yes, that's what I would say, that try to be clear and be specific with yourself that what you want to do after your B Pharma, and I think that matters most. Like it could be anything. Like, say, if someone wants to go for a job, someone wants to do MBA, someone wants to do M Pharm in Master, M Pharm or something else like PharmD as well. So there are many career options. You should be clear enough what you want to do. So once you are clear with that, you will get the path, like how you can go there and all that. So that thing ultimately matters the most. That's what I think. So I will just go to the some highlighted points that students really ask questions about, like negative marking. So as we all know that the scheme of negative marking is like when you give a right response, you get 4 marks, and when you give a wrong response, 1 mark will be deducted from all those pool of your marks. Okay. So actually, students mostly fear negative marking, but this should not be the case with those who want to get a good rank. because see, there are certain benefits of negative marking also. Now you'll be wondering that how could negative marking be beneficial? Yes, it is beneficial. Like if you want to get good rank, the competition would get lesser if there is negative marking. Okay, so like we saw in case of 12th, we give CET, there is no negative marking, so mostly students score most of the marks there. And if you see the pattern of GPAT, it is also not a very tough examination. It's also kind of simple and conceptual exam. So there also the particular competition which gets lesser because of the negative marking only. So don't take negative marking in a negative way. You can take it in a positive way, as it helps to reduce the competition of the examination. See, like those students who are not preparing for the exam, they can just simply go and mark the answer. So their most of the answers will be wrong. So this is the advantage for those students who had prepared well for study. So I think this could be the benefit of negative marking. So you can take it in that way. Yeah, the next thing is not to fear to negative marking. As I as I already said, you should not be feared about negative marking. That I would like when I will attempt more questions, I will get negative and all that. So you should be feel like I just wanted to give the response that I feel right. Okay, like you should not feel like I'm giving a response. Maybe it would get wrong, so I'm not answering it. So because of it, students end up scoring less marks and they end up attempting less questions. So and after this they won't, like it's very difficult if you solve less number of questions to get good rank. Like if you see that most of the rankers, those who are in the top like 50 or 100, they had solved good number of questions. Okay, so I think there is one misconclusion sometimes happens as people feel that negative marking. That's why they solve less number of questions, and because of which they really get lesser marks and lesser rank. So the thing is not to fear it. Just take it lightly that though you are losing only 1 mark, but you are getting 4 marks if you make a right response of it. As I told, yes, yeah, just 1/4 ratio of negative marking. So it's not like you are giving a wrong response and they are deducting your 4 marks. They are just taking 1 mark away from you. So this is quite right. So that you are just losing 1 mark and you are getting 4 marks if you will give the right response. Okay. So yes, again the same thing that I'm telling you, that taking calculative risk. It's not like if there is 4 marks, you should attempt all the questions. There should be a calculative risk that you should take. So as I said, that you should attempt more number of questions. It doesn't mean that you should that you have not read. Here the important thing is taking a calculative risk, that you feel like this question is right, I heard somewhere, and this could be the response, so you can try for that. But there are some people, even they don't even know the question what is it, and they still mark it. So this time it's a bit of gamble that you are losing your 1 mark. But I think, yeah, you can take the calculative risk, that if you feel like these are the two options and one could be the correct, you can take that 50-50 risk, and that would boost up your score, I guess. So yes, so I hope it's clear to you that taking calculative risk, what does it means? Like it doesn't mean to solve those questions that you even don't know, you are not aware about, but you can solve those questions that you are aware about. Though you are a little bit confused, but you can correct that confusion in the next round and you can attempt those questions. Yes. So the next thing is, don't limit yourself because of negative marking. So as just give me a second. Okay, so don't limit yourself because of the negative marking. As I said, that there are some students and they prepare really hard for the examination, and they have studied so well than that of the others, and but because of the fear of negative marking, fear of losing the marks of negative marking and all that. So because of that pressure, they limit their attempts. Because I saw some people, even their preparation was too good, but they ended up attempting lesser number of questions. And when you attempt less number of questions, you will definitely qualify. There's no worry, but the rank that you will get will definitely get affected. That's what I think. Okay, so So the next and most important questions is how many questions you should attempt. Likely there are like these questions is mostly asked a lot of times to most of the students ask this question. Even those who appear for the examination, they once asked this question, and I guess some people ask this question very frequently as well. So I would say that how many questions you should attempt. So the first thing is it depends on individual to individual that how many questions you should attempt. Okay. Now I guess I have made some parameters that you can use that would tell you that how many questions you should attempt. So the parameters is your preparation. Like if you are prepared enough and if you know most of the concepts, or you are gone thoroughly through, like you have gone through the syllabus, time you can attempt the questions as much as you can, because you know most of the questions, you are aware about the questions. Okay, so here again the parameter is if you're aware about the question, try to solve it. Yeah, the next parameter you can use is mock test. Like when you will be solving mock tests, you would get to know that how many questions you should attempt. And I could say that, okay, just give me a second. Okay, so tell me if my voice is breaking or something is happening, because I'm seeing that my internet connection is unstable or something. If you get to feel that my voice is having some connection, please let me know. Okay, so the mock test analysis. So like when you are giving one mock test in 2 days or 3 days, you should analyze it, like how many questions you should solve. You will get the idea of it. And I would recommend that you should solve the standard mock tests, that those are having the same level as that of the GPAT or like GPAT examination. So when you will be analyzing the mock test, you would come to know that how many questions you should attempt. But the thing is, like when students solve the mock test, they don't take it as their test in the exam. They just take it very casually. And when the exam is when they go to the real examination hall, they feel the pressure or something. But I guess you should analyze your mock test, that how many questions I'm making correct, how many questions of mine are getting wrong. So from that you can check your accuracy, that how much accuracy I have. On the basis of that, you can search for the history, that how much for how much score I will get, how much rank and all that. So you will come to know that exactly that these many questions I should, like from these many questions I should solve above that one. You can have a parameter that I need to solve above 90 or above 100 or so. I'm just giving an example, this one, that you could set a criteria for yourself like that. Yeah, and the next parameter is accuracy. So if you have accuracy, it's really good that you would like you can solve like lesser number of, like when you have good accuracy, you would score really good. But there are some students I saw that they say that when you have a good accuracy, don't solve more questions and all that. But the thing is, like in the finals, you should try to solve all the, like as much as you can, and taking the calculative risk as I mentioned above. I guess the next parameter is rank and the history. Like you could check the rankers and you can ask them that how many questions you have solved, because I talked to many people that those were having ranks in 10, 20, and they were saying that everyone has attempted more number of questions. Yeah, so those who want to qualify, they can limit their attempts to up to a certain extent. But I'm telling you, for those who wanted to really get good kind of rank, they need to attempt more number of questions, because once you are not attempting the more number of questions, you are limiting yourself there, and your score will be restricted to some extent. And if something mess happens, there is no choice for you. There is not much left for you to get that kind of rank that you expect. And yeah, this last point is the most important, that it varies as per individual. I think this point is the most important here. You can consider this one while, like how many questions you should attempt in that particular scenario. That say certain, like say there is one student and he had prepared well and he had gone through syllabus and he almost done most of the things. So I think in that case, he can solve as many as he can, taking the calculative risk. Okay. So this parameter applies for everyone, and those students who has gone through syllabus, they should think of every question, because they had gone through the whole syllabus, and in that case, they know most of the questions. So they can even give a try of like, they can give a try and think like, if I know this question, I should try to remember the concept what is behind that one, and you can give like, you can try at least to solve that one, because the student has gone through most of the part of the syllabus. Okay, and those who have gone through the specific parts, like important ones and all that, so in that case they are not really aware about certain questions, so they should not be gambling at that point, I guess. So but if you have some insight of some question, like if you know this question is I heard somewhere, or I had gone through this, so, and still if you're not able to solve it, in that case you can give a try to that question in your second round, or in your next round you can think of it later. But I think the parameter is that for getting good rank, you should solve as many as you can. Taking the calculative risk is a very important line here. Taking the calculative risk, which I'm mentioning here. Yeah, so the next is how to tackle confusion. So like sometimes what happens when we are doing the exam and we feel like these two options are correct and we are not able to choose the right one, but we are very sure that the answer is from these two only. So this case happens with most of the students, and actually this is with every student, like in the examination, with certain questions that they feel like these 4 to 5 questions I'm having confusion and they don't even attempt that one. But I think for that 50-50 chance, you can give yourself a chance for that 50-50. So yes, how to tackle that confusion? I would just give you some steps and you can go through that. So like when you read the question, and I would recommend that when you read a question, try to understand what they want, what they actually are expecting from you. Okay. So once you get to know the meaning of the question, exact meaning of the question, like there are certain cases happen that people like students, they don't even read the question well, and because of which they were like very much aware about the question. They were very because of not reading certain words like not and those keywords, and of which they end up giving the wrong response and they lose their, I guess, 5 marks there, because they are uh, losing their 4 marks of the correct option, and then they are even getting into -1. So don't do that. Try to, like, you have a lot of time there, because you have almost 3 hours and you just need to see the 125 questions. Okay, so in that case I think you have time. Try to read the question carefully, don't try to be in hurry. Okay, so the thing is, like, when you read the question thoroughly and you know the meaning of it, like what they expect, so then just see the options, like what the options are given. And so when you feel like what is the first answer that comes to your mind, that is the most probably answer in most of the cases. Okay, so the first answer coming to your mind is the right answer. So in those two confused options that we were talking about, so in those two confused options that we were talking about, so the first answer coming to your mind is the right answer. But if still you're not able to distinguish between them, so I would recommend that don't stress on that question, don't lose your time on these questions. Like sometimes what happens, sometimes we feel like we are very close to the concept, that we know this concept very thoroughly and we should attempt this one, but the confusion is very much and you're not able to I think the confusion is very much, and in that case you're not able to pick the right one. So I would say that don't stress the question. Okay, so in that case, so yes, so don't stress the question, because you will lose your time there, and you will get frustrated, like if you're not able to solve the question which you are close to that concept. So like you are knowing the concept, but still you're not able to solve it. So you will get frustrated, and because of which, like, it might affect the question that you will solve that are coming next. Okay, so don't stress that one. Like you can attempt that question later in the next round. And I would recommend that, like, if you will keep things simple when you are giving the exam, like try to be normal. And when you are normal, you know all your concept. Believe, like when you believe in yourself, you're confident enough, and just keeping the thing simple, not to just like stretch things too much, like it's making very high that it's on GPAT and all that, and I prepared for this. So just keep things simple. Everything will go very smoothly there, because it's just an exam where you are sitting in front of the screen. Like you will feel for the 5 minutes when the exam will start, but afterwards, for those rest of the time, it's just the another mock test that you're giving. And yes, so when you're going through such a confusion, and when you're coming for that question in the next round, try to revisit the concept again, read the question carefully, and just try to remember like where you read that question, where you read that concept. So when you'll be revisiting that concept, like you'll be getting cleared your confusion, and in that case you will give the right response for that question. And if the confusion is too much, you can either leave that question as well. So I think, but the most important thing here is in the confusion is like keeping things simple is very much important. And the thing is like not to get frustrated if you're like, if you're, as I said, if you're very close to the concept and you're not able to solve it, so in that case you get frustrated. So don't try to do that, because this will affect the question that are coming next. That's the important point here. So how to prepare in the last 2 months? So I think those who are in the final year, for them it's very helpful. That certain things I will tell in these, how to prepare in these last 2 months. And those who are in third year, second year, or first year, they can just listen to this, that how they can handle their time in the last 2 months. So there are something does of the preparation, some don'ts, and how to give mock test and how to analyze them, and how to find an important topics for your preparation. So these are the 4 points I'll be going through. So the first does are focus on your study. So like if there are only 2 months left for those in the final year, so they need to thoroughly focus on this study, because this time is not going to come back to you. So I think after these 2 months, you'll be enjoying a lot. Like once you will get good score in the examination. So the next thing, I have a study plan and stick to it. Like most of the times we make study plan, but we don't try to follow it. But at least I would say that try to accomplish your task as you, when you're going to bed, you should make your task list that I want to do these many things tomorrow. And you should try to get at least 60% or like some percentage of it getting completed. It will give you the satisfaction at the end of your day. The next is managing your time. Yeah, I think it's very important, because sometimes what happens is uh, we start our study, and the thing happens is we are not able to manage our time. Like for one day you're studying for 7 to 8 hours, and for 4 to 5 days if you're not studying, so it's not worth of it. Uh, but instead of that one, if you're studying 3 4 hours a day, it's good. So I think this one is good, like how, like you can manage your time accordingly, like you can relax and everything in that, because you are just studying for some hours of a day. And I would not recommend that you should study, like you should study for this like hours and hours for a day. You should have a task of yourself that I need to complete these many topics, and you study easier topics first. Like sometimes what happens, like when we wake up and we just get one, I'm not able to find the content of it in any book, and any good notes I'm not able to find. So in that case, you should study the ones which are easy, so that your day will go on smoothly. And after this, you can just tackle those difficult ones. So just to start your day well, I would recommend that you can study the easier ones first. And another one is focus more on the revision. Like when it's close to the examination, like I would say that before 15 days, if you're preparing from so much of long time, like 6 7 months, and So in that case, like when there are only 14 to 15 days are to the examination, at that point you should revise your concept. Like you should revise your topics that you have done already. Otherwise, as I said, that there is a confusion will be like, there might be the case that you will have to face a lot of confusion because you're not revising the topics. So yeah, in the last 14, 15 days, you can revise topics that you have done already, those who are studying from 6 to 7 months. For them, I'm telling you. Again, the keeping things simple, that works all the times. So though you're preparing, though exam is close, don't get stressed. Just think that it's just another mock test that you will be giving. So in that case, you will be able to utilize your time most, and most of the times, what happens, like students think about the examination a lot, and instead of studying that what will happen and how will happen and all that. So in that case, you should not do that, and keeping things simple will work in that case. Next one is solve mock test and analyze them. As I said, that if it's like 2 months of examination, and you should solve one mock test in 2 to 3 days with that exam environment, utilizing that time, that will give you the more confident. And yes, believe in yourself and be confident. This is the most important point, I would say that, because what happens, though you prepare so well and you feel like your friend has done so, like your friend has prepared well than you, in that case, you will lose your confidence. Okay, so you should not think like that. You should feel like that. From so many days I'm preparing, and I know that I would do good in the examination. So yes, try to say these things to yourself and build your confidence. And sometimes what happens, like when we see the preparation of our friends, that also that they have prepared so well and they are doing so good in the mock test, and they are scoring higher than you. But I will tell you that I had saw some examples that there were students who are prepared so well, and even when we used to see them, that we used to feel like we have not done something, like we have not done anything. So but still they ended up getting like ranks very low. So I would say that you should believe in your own preparation rather than thinking of that my friend is using this material and he's studying from that book, it's very easy. uh, Try to believe in your study, that whatever material I have used will work for me. The next thing is clearly and relaxed mind. As a very good way that relaxing your mind is very good. And someone had asked the question like they get frustration and all that. So try to relax your mind. If you feel like you should not study, just give a break to yourself. Just do the things that you like to do, and just get yourself a freshness, and you can start again yourself. And you can do the topics that you really like to study when you get frustrated. Sometimes what happens, like certain subjects we really get a problem of. So in that case, I think relax yourself, give yourself break, and when you are going to start a new topic, you start the one that you like. So this will create your interest. And those subjects you are really feel difficult, that I'm not having interest in. So try to create some interest by watching some videos and some animations and all that. So that could help in that case. So I think these are the things that you should avoid, yeah, when your preparation is close, like when your exam is close. So avoid wasting your time, that when it's very close to the examination, and wasting time is not worth of it, because see, after 2 months you will be getting a lot of time. So you just think of the time that you have now, that you can utilize for yourself, and this will make your career well. The next thing, as I said, don't compare with the others. That your friend or someone in the class or someone like somewhere else has prepared well, and like when you see them, you feel like you should not, like you have not done good preparation, and because of which students get depressed and they don't even feel like their preparation is worth of it, and because of which most of the people lose their confidence, and this costs them during the examination. And I guess these people really these people really get suffered who just compare with the others. So I would just not recommend that. Don't compare with others. Just feel that uh, my preparation is good and I would do good in. I would perform better than others in the examination. So you should have that kind of confidence in yourself. So yes, the thing is, no new points in last 15 days. Those who are prepared from so much of longer time, like 6-7 months, so they should not do any new points in the like last 14 to 15 days. They would be thinking of revision and solving some test that could help them more. Again, the next thing is no group discussion in last 3-4 days. I guess those who will be facing these points are important for those who will be facing the examination this year, like next year 2022. So no group discussion in last 3-4 days, because like what happens is when you do group discussion and when your friends answer the questions, you feel like their preparation is good, and when you answer the question, your friends feel like your preparation is good. So because of which, like all of you lose the confidence in yourself. So if you want a group discussion, do it before the examination, but don't do it when the exam is so close, like 3 to 4 days to the examination. Okay. And the other thing is, don't not to study before the 2 days of the examination. So like when you need to relax for the examination. That's very important thing, I think, because see, as Dr. Giri sir said, the relaxing mind is very important. And when you are in your relaxed state, you are able to revise, or you are able to recall your concepts. Can just give me a second. I'm sorry for the interruption. So you should not study before the 2 days of the examination. So you will feel good and do the things that you like to do in that time. So you would feel fresh, and that will give you the boost up in the examination when you will be doing when you'll be giving the final exam. Not even to give any mock test. That I'm not recommending to give any mock test before 2 days of the examination, because what will happen is, like say you went like you gave any mock test before the exam, before the date of examination, and say you scored lesser marks, and this will cost you your confidence. I think confidence, as I said earlier, it's the most important thing. So yes, the next point is mock test and their analysis. So try to prepare an exam environment when you'll be giving your mock test. Because see what will happen, like when you will be giving in such an environment, when you are utilizing your time, you are in front of the screen and using the same interface that will appear in the finals. So in that case, I think having an exam environment will really give you the benefit, because you have already gone through such interface and screen and all that experience. So you would not feel any difference when you will be in the finals. So I really followed this trick, and that really worked for me. And I did not felt any difference when I was giving the examination. It was just another test that I was giving. The next point is use your time. Other thing is, when we are giving mock tests, we don't really consider that giving it for 3 hours. And I won't recommend you to give it for 3 hours, but you can at least give it for 2 hours. Because I saw some students, like they were giving it in just 1 hour, and like not even 1 hour, like 40-50 minutes they are giving it, and not even analyzing what questions they made wrong and right, just checking the score and going ahead. So that's not a good practice at all. So use at least 2 hours. Try to sit in front of the screen for 2 hours in front of the screen, and solve the questions as you are and feel like as you are solving it for your finals. Okay, so and like you should have your pattern, like you can design your pattern in those 2 hours, like first round, second round, third round, like when like the pattern should be like the pattern should differ from person to person. Like the pattern would be when you're solving certain questions, those are the first round you should solve. Those are the easy and the simple ones that you can solve just by seeing them. And in the second round, you can solve those are the ones which are 50-50 ones, and those you feel like are correct. Okay. And in the third round, you can solve that, yeah, I have heard this question somewhere and I can give try to that one. So yeah, so you can design your pattern when you'll be giving the mock test. Like there are many patterns you can choose of. I think the interface is also good when you will see in the finals that there are certain color symbols that will appear for like mark for review and all that. If you're good with that, you can use it. Otherwise, you can use pen paper. So I would say that if you had gone through earlier all those symbols of mark for review and all that, you'd come to know that one later when you'll be giving mock test. Those are also good to just find the question, because sometimes what happens that we are not able to locate the question that I like. We saw the question, but we don't know that where that question was when you come for the second round. So this pattern you can use as well. As I said, yeah, you can give one mock test in 2 to 3 days. Yeah, and again is no mock test before 1 day of the examination. And the next is test analysis. Like you should analyze your test performance, like which questions you made wrong, which were right, and how much you scored, how much you attempted. So you should have your all those test analysis. But the most important thing is in that analysis is you should look after your wrong responses. That what is the right response for this question? Okay, so in that case, you should see like those are the wrong questions. You should revisit them often. You should have a notebook and note those questions you made wrong, because I see that what students do is they attempt the questions in the mock test and they don't even look after like which was right and wrong. So and what happens to them in the finals is when the same questions appears in the final and they solve it like they solved in the mock test, but say in some case that question was having some different answer in the mock test, like in that test, or it was really having a different answer. So in this scenario, the student is losing his 5 marks there. As I said, that 4 for the right one and as a negative that he was making of it. So yes, and solving the mock test will really build the confidence using those exam environment trick and all that time, the pattern that you use for the mock test. So I think this would build the confidence of the person if he is giving mock test at least in 2 to 3 days when the exam is close. And now the way to find the important topics. I won't tell you the important like topics, and there's no one can tell you any important topics. But yeah, there are certain ways to find it. Like sometimes the people tell that this is important and that even don't came in the examination. This could happen. Other thing is see the subject wise weightage. You should analyze the like I think on the NTA site you would get the pattern of like how much questions would come from which subject and all that. So like say there are certain subjects like pharmacology, only 8 to 9 questions came, and if you are giving so much of stress on it, I won't say that pharmacology is not important. It's important, but the thing is like it's not as important as pharmacology. Okay, so you should be able to distinguish your time, like which one would be for your preparation, like which one is best for you, which one would give you more marks. Yeah, so this you should do. Subject wise weightage you should be having. So to study those subjects which are like which will from which most of the questions will come, and you would come to that from the last 3 years question papers analysis, because I think from last 3-4 years NTA is making the question papers. Before it was AICT, I think. So if you would analyze 3-4 years question papers, you would come to know that how many questions came from which subject. So in that case, you can plan your study accordingly, that I would go for this subject as it was having the as most of the questions came from this subject. Like pharmacology was like there are almost like 27 questions came from. You should check that one as well on India site, what is updated one. So those are the important topics you should look for. For example, like there are certain values, let's say IR ranges, NMR ranges, those UV cutoff ranges for the solvent. So I think these are I'm just giving an example, not telling you the important topics. So you can find like that in the previous year question papers that these were asked. So might be they will ask like they have the pattern of asking certain questions often. Sometimes it could change that no one can predict because they have their choices of making questions. Now, again, the thing is like from like let's say from pharmacology classification, most of the questions came every year. So you can just think of this one that like if you're not really good at pharmacology, you can at least do the classification, I think. But yeah, I think pharmacology is a subject that you can't avoid because this is a subject that will make you qualify in the GPAT. Because I think it's very interesting as well. And like, as I said, the classification of pharmacology are important. I'm just telling you the important, like how can you find the important ones like that. These are just the examples, not the recommendations. But yeah, most of the questions came from classification. So you can find the important topics from there for you. So yes, I think this is the time you should do something big because big is beautiful. And after like, time will pass, you won't be having again another chance to do something that is big because see, like once you're done with your aim is fixed and you know what you want to do. I think if you're clear enough with that, JPAT and NIPER would really help you in that case. So doing something big is almost like myself as my dream was like to get into NIPER, and when I got in there, I was really happy. So yes, I think doing something big in life, how like it feels like that for now to me. So yes, I really thank you to the Mathos Institute of Pharmacy for inviting me in this session. And I think I should be answering your questions. Those will be appearing there. So I'll just stop my screen sharing and you can unmute yourself or you can write in the chat box as you feel. Yes, you can unmute yourself or you can write in the chat box. I'm not able to see chat box at all. Yes, there is a question about drug classification. You can read in the chat box. So, how to remember the various drug classifications because there is lot of confusion while solving the drug classification based questions. Okay, so I think the thing is like there are a lot of classifications in pharmacology. Okay, so like for each and every topic there is a classification of drugs, and even you see the name of the drugs like you haven't heard the names like that. So actually you should have your own tricks for solving that one. You could find the tricks. There are some mnemonics you can find for pharmacology. Actually, there is one book I would recommend that is of like I said that Dr. Giri sir has recommended a very good and a very best reference books, I would say. But I can tell you one book that from where you can find mnemonics. Where is the name of the book is Sparsh and Gupta, Review of Pharmacology by Sparsh and Gupta. In that book you will find most of the mnemonics and most of the people who gets like scores good, they have the review as Sparsh Gupta is a very good book for that. Sparsh Gupta is really effective and good book, I guess. So yes, you can use that mnemonics from Sparsh Gupta to remember those classifications that won't create you confusion. And as you can do one more thing as well, like there are some Instagram pages, you can have your one more Instagram account where you'll be following those GPAT and NIPER pages on Instagram. Like they post most of the stuffs related to mnemonics. You can use that one also because in my preparation that really played a part, I think. As I was having another account where I was seeing certain MCQ, certain new facts and like certain new questions related to GPAT. Because see, like what happens is when you're preparing and when you get bored and you just go to the social media and you end up investing a lot of your time. So you can just have another account, you can log in that one and like following some pages where you will be looking after a lot of mnemonics. You can write them down or you can find them from Sparsh and Gupta also. So I think I made it clear that how to remember the classification of pharmacology. Okay, there is one question like what was your score? My score was 286 in GPAT. I was giving a rank of 49. And for NIPER, it was 58 rank of mine. Okay, which books you have followed at the time of GPAT preparation? Actually, this question depends on in which year you are studying in. Because see, if you are studying in like first or like, if you're studying in the at least for second year or at least first or second year, you can use those reference book as sir mentioned, like you said, all those Goodman, Gilman, and Rangandel, all that. But see, if you are in the final year, you could, like in third year, you don't have that much of time. You have to cover every aspect of it. So in that case, I think you can use certain books that most of the people tell. Like I used for pharmacology, Sparsh and Gupta. I was doing the introductory part only from KD Tripathi. The classification I used to do from KD Tripathi. There was one short book of classification of that. That one I was doing from. And for pharmaceutics, I was doing Lackman. So, and for pharmacons, it was Kokate. So these many books, I think I think for chemistry, I was doing it from this one book named Chemical of Deepan Mal Singh. I think the author is, it was of chemistry. And the other books are just for the general subject like MDP and all that, that you have already done for the semester second. So you can use your notes that you have prepared in the semester, because that also helps. Because see, GPAT is also an examination which is a concept-based examination, and it is whole dependent on your B.Pharm syllabus. So if you're like whatever topics you've done in the first, second year, like organic chemistry, you're having notes of it, you can use that one also. Okay, so I think those notes you prepared in your while preparing for your semesters and all that, like those short books, because certain subjects from there, not many questions, like very few questions came, and for that referencing a big book is not that it's not that good. But you can refer you at least notes that you prepared, or a certain local author books. I would say that also works well in the case of minor subjects. I'm telling you, okay, not the major ones. Like for pharmacology, pharmaceutics, and certain other subjects like pharmaceutical organic chemistry, that case you can use the reference books. But for minor ones like for modern dispensing pharmacy, for cosmeceuticals, for that you can use some of your notes or your local author books. That would work in that case.
So friends, now
Is there any
I know that you are having a lot of questions in your mind, and we have a wonderful personality to answer these questions. But as we are running short of time, so I request Mr. Mahesh to answer all the questions of our participants on his mail.
Okay,
So
sir.
I assure all the participants that yes, Mahesh is a very good personality and human being. He will surely answer you and help you a lot. I will share his email details on your WhatsApp group. So now it's time to propose vote of thanks to Mr. Mahesh Zavle, research scholar, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Mohali. Mahesh, we are very thankful for sparing your valuable time and accepting our invitation for this 2 days national level workshop sponsored by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University and organized by Matushri Institute of Pharmacy. We are also thankful to your principal for providing you the permission to conduct this session. I am also thankful to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University for sponsoring this mega event. I am also thankful to Matushri Education Society management and principal, Matushri Institute of Pharmacy, for providing us the permission to conduct this event. I am also thankful to all the participants present over here. And now it's time for the valedictory function of these 2 days national level workshop sponsored by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University and organized by Matushri Institute of Pharmacy on the theme GPAT and other pharma competitive exams. And we have a wonderful personality from the field of pharma fraternity, an excellent academician, an excellent personality in the research, currently heading the Associate Dean position for the university, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Dr. Vivek Redasne, sir. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy and all the participants. So now it's time to introduce our today's speaker for the session of valedictory function, Dr. Vivek Redasne, sir. A competence pharma academic and research professional with 22 years of rich experience in domain of pharmaceutical sciences. Under his leadership, Yashoda Technical Campus got accredited from NAC for 5 years with B+ grade, and faculty of DPharm got excellent grade from MSBT. Currently, sir is working as director Yashoda Technical Campus and principal faculty of pharmacy. He is member executive council of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. He has talking about his academic background. He has completed his PhD from North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon, and his PG from Rajiv Gandhi University, Karnataka, Bangalore. He has a sound teaching experience in organic, pharmaceutical, medicinal, and analytical chemistry at undergraduate and postgraduate levels. He is approved research guide and postgraduate teacher, continuously involved in research and guided 32 students for PG research and 2 students for PhD. His core area of research includes rational drug design, green chemistry, and designing of prodrugs with considerable work in the field of analytical and bioanalytical estimation. Sir has published 58 research papers in several international and national journals of repute with cumulative impact factor around 24. His total citations were 329 with H index of 10 and I-10 index of 10 according to recent Google Scholar citation reports. Sir has also published a book, Prodrug Design, Perspective, Approaches and Applications in Medicinal Chemistry for elsewhere publication. He is having the administrative expertise for meeting requirements, including documentation of NAC and NB. Sir is the recipient of Dr. P.D. Sethi Annual Award 2013 Certificate of Merit for Research Paper. He has been awarded of appreciation from Yashoda Shikshan Sanstha, Satara on occasion of Foundation Day in 2018. He has received the financial assistance for research project under Vice Chancellor Motivation Scheme from North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. He has delivered several lectures at various institutes for teachers, postgraduate and undergraduate students on the topics like preparation of NAC, NBA, scientific writing, preparation of GPAT, stereochemistry, chiral technology, prodrugs, and also as a resource person for several conferences. He is also the reviewer and editorial board member of several journals of national and international repute. Sir is also chairman and member of various committees like Scrutiny Committee, Local Inspection Committee, Research Committee, Examiners Panel, Flying Squad, and paper setting in several universities. He is also the life member of Association of Pharmacy Teachers of India, and he is a registered pharmacist of Maharashtra State Pharmacy Council. So this is the brief introduction of our today's chief guest for the valedictory function, Dr. Vivek Redasne, sir. Now I request Dr. Sanjay Arote, sir, to welcome Dr. Vivek Redasne, sir.
Dr. Redasne, sir, welcomes to our valedictory function, right? Yeah.
So, in brief, I would like to highlight some important points about the 2 days workshop that we conducted on last Sunday and today. So participants from the entire India, near about 11 states participated in this event And the total number of registrations for this event were 2,511. The sessions like Topper's Talk from Mahesh Javle and expert tips and tricks for the preparation of GPAT examinations were given by Dr. Rasika Bhalke, Professor Deepak Musmade, Professor Mahendra Giri, and Professor Dr. Sagar Firki. The inauguration ceremony was headed by the Dean, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Dr. Nagesh Alulkar sir. Students and the participants really got benefited from the expert talks of these faculties and got a right path to study the examination, that is GPAT and other pharma competitive exams. The queries of all the participants got resolved, and some expert faculties also provided the notes and the materials required for studying for the GPAT and competitive examinations. So this is the brief about the program that we conducted. Now it's time to hear the feedback from our participants. So I request the participant, if anyone wants to give the feedback for the event, you can unmute. I am disabling the settings, so you can unmute on yourself. Just a second. Yes, now participants, you can unmute yourself and you can provide the vote of thanks.
Yeah, any participant would like to have the feedback?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please, ma'am.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes,
Sir,
very good afternoon.
हा जो टू डेजचा जो वर्कशॉप झाला, हा जवळता म्हणजे जीपॅट काय का करायचं, काय जीपॅट इम्पॉर्टंट आहे, जे कॉम्पिटिशन्स आहेत फार्मास्युटिकल्स मध्ये आपण पाहतो दिवसेंदिवस कॉम्पिटिशन वाढत चालले. बरंच फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज नवीन कंपनीज इंडियन कल्चर मध्ये येत आहेत. त्या पॉइंट ऑफ व्ह्यूने हा जो मातोश्री इन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ फार्मसी धानोरे ऑर्गनाईज केलेला हा जो 2 दिवसांचा जो वर्कशॉप होता, तो खूप स्टुडंटसाठी इम्पॉर्टंट राहील. त्या मागच्या संडेला जो झाला, विभूते सर असतील, रसिका मॅम असतील, आज प्रोफेसर गिरी सर असतील, अजिंक्य सर ऑल्सो, आरटे सर, यांच्याकडून काही ना काही रोज आम्हाला शिकायला भेटते. पण बाहेरचे सुद्धा बरेच रिस्पॉन्स, खूप सारे रजिस्ट्रेशन झालेले होते. मिनिमम 500 ची झूमची लिमिट होती, फुल होऊन गेली होती. काही स्टुडंट्स हे युट्यूबला जॉईन होतात. खूप सारा रिस्पॉन्स जीपॅटच्या ह्या सेशनला, वर्कशॉपला खूप सारा महत्व असं आहे, स्टुडंट्सने ओळखलेले हे मिळाले. मी सर्वांचे आभार मानेल. स्पेशल थँक्स टू महेश सर, की त्यांनी सांगितलं की 2 वर्ष आपण खूप सारा अभ्यास करतो, खूप सारा प्रिपरेशन करतो, पण पेपरचा टाइम हा खूप महत्वाचा असतो. त्यावेळेस जर स्टुडंट्सला पेपर सॉल्व्ह कसा करायचा हा समजलं नाही, की तिथे जाऊन घोळ झाला, तर त्या पूर्णपणे ती मेहनत वाया जाते. खूप त्यातले बारीक पॉइंट सरांनी समजून सांगितले. मी सरांना धन्यवाद म्हणेल की सर, आपण जे गायडन्स केलं ते आम्हाला खूप महत्वाचं ठरेल. आता जे जीपॅटचे एक्झामिनेशन आलेले 2 महिन्यावर, हे स्टुडंटसाठी खूप बेनिफिशियल ठरेल. आणि जे ज्युनियर स्टुडंट्स असतील, 3rd इयर, 2nd इयर और 1st इयर, त्यांनाही खूप अजून टाइम आहे. ते प्रिपरेशन पूर्ण असे सेमिनार अटेंड करून हे त्यांना कळेल. सो थँक्यू सो मच सर.
Hello.
Thank you so
Good
much.
morning to
Yeah, please.
good morning to all of you all listening to me. I am Mokalabish Bajirao from class 2nd year B Farm. I am being a student of Matushi Institute of Pharmacy. I am very thankful to sponsor of that program, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, organized by Matushi Institute of Pharmacy. I am also thankful for Dr. Sanjay Arote sir, principal of Matushi Institute of Pharmacy, Professor Ajinkya Pote sir, and Professor Mahendra Giri sir, and all faculty members. This program today workshop will have great impact on students for their future career. The first speaker, Mr. Somnath Vibhuti sir, who told why to attempt GPAT, what to do the prepare for it. And the second speaker, Dr. Rasika Bhalke ma'am, whose pharmacognosy lecture will be a very well helpful and useful to us to while preparing for GPAT. The third speaker, Mr. Deepak Musmade, whose tips about pharmaceutical chemistry is very valuable for us. The fourth speaker, Dr. Sagar Firke, sir, who guidance about tips and tricks regarding pharmaceutics is a very important while preparing GPAT. The fifth speaker, Mr. Mahendra Giri, sir, who guidance about pharmacology and tips regarding GPAT exam and research regarding activity, which will very helpful to student in future. The topper talk speaker, Mr. Mahesh Davle, All Indian Sniper ranker, who guidance about us for preparation GPAT and his tips regarding GPAT is very valuable to us. Finally, I am thankful to all of to have a great session. The style with lots of opportunities to ask questions and talk about real life example, which all made for a really enjoyable and informative session. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
I'm
sir.
Abhishek Praswadan from Basti RCC College of Pharmacy. First of all, I would like to thanks all to my organizers, sir, Mr. Vivek, sir, Sanjay, sir, Somnath, sir, and our ma'am to give share knowledge about the GPAT and their experience for us. It's thank you to sir for organizing us this workshop. We got lot of knowledge about the Somnath sir, ma'am, and Mahangri sir, and organic about all the subjects we gained. Thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity to listen you all experienced teachers and to know about the GPAD and how to prepare the GPAD. It's our pleasure to listen you all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Kiran Solva Gaikwad from Sri Sant Gajan Maharaj College of Pharmacy, Buldana. Thank you, sir, for arranging this wonderful program or workshop via Mathusri Institute of Pharmacy as well as Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar University, Lonare. It is very helpful to us by preparing GPAT as well as other competitive exams. So thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Ajinkya, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, dear participants from our institute as well as from other institutes, representative speakers for your valuable feedback. Now it's time to listen to our principal, a visionary leader who is guiding us all to walk on the path of success, Dr. Sanjay Arote, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ajinkya. Visionary leaders, not such a fact, but just I am doing whatever is there in my capacities and capabilities to contribute to the student. As a teacher, it's my moral responsibility, right, to contribute or to collect the information, and the information should reach up to the student. So thank you, everyone. Dear participant, thank you, management, Mathusri Education Society, for permitting us to organize this beautiful event, qualifying GPAT examination and pharma-related competitive examinations. Not a list, but a huge thank to Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technological University, Dr. Alurkar sir and Dr. Redasni sir, with the whose motive and whose continuous help to me and my colleagues will motivate us to organize a kind of session. Thank you, everyone. And thanks to the speakers. They share a lot of information. Basically, within a short duration of time, it is very difficult to contribute to the complete subject but at least they are giving the hint how to prepare yourself, how the candidate should prepare to get appear for the GPAT and competitive examinations. Also, at least they share something. The speakers, they will be in touch with the listeners. They will be in touch with the students. They have shared their mobile details. They have shared their email address and everything. So whenever the participant or the students, you are having any query or any questions, you may directly contact to the that particular personality or experts. So thank you everyone again. Over to you, Ajinkya.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Now it's time to hear from a personality who is always in support of the activities carried out by Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy. Now I would like to share one event or one incident that when we were planning for taking the workshop, a national level workshop on GPAT and pharma competitive examinations, our principal sir called Dr. Vivek Redasni sir for sharing this idea that we are having an idea to develop a platform where students can interact with the eminent faculties as well as students from NIPER who will guide them for qualifying these exams. So immediately sir has accepted the invitation to be present for the valedictory and guided us that how university, that is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, will help in our event. He is the associate dean for Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar University, Technological University, and his support gave this event a mega look. More than 2,500 students from entire India participated. So thank you for your support and motivation. Now I request you to deliver your talk.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Very good afternoon to Principal of Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, Dhanore, Yola, Dr. Sanjay Arote sir, our best friend, his team, faculty members of the institute, and all the participants, those who attended this 2-day national level program workshop on GPAT and other competitive examination. At the outset, I express my gratitude to the management and the institute for inviting me as a part of this 2-day national level program in the capacity to deliver a talk on the valedictory function of this program. When I have seen and I am hearing the feedback from the participants, the list of the speakers and the participants they are registered. So it's a huge response. More than 2,500 participants has participated. 500 plus participants or up to 500 participants on this online Zoom. More than 1,500 participants by the YouTube link, covering 11 states of the country. In a real sense, it is a national level workshop on this GPAT and other competitive examination. I congratulate to the principal and management of the Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, Dhanore, for conducting such an excellent program and to make the student aware regarding the GPAT and other competitive examinations. See, when we are dealing with the GPAT and preparation of the GPAT, so I know that preparation of the GPAT, it is not going to finish within a few lectures, but how to prepare for the GPAT, what is the importance of the GPAT, to make the student aware regarding the GPAT, I think such kind of the excellent work has been done by the Matoshri Institute of Pharmacy, Dhanore. Because most of the students, they are only think that now just I have to do M.Pharm and irrespective of the score of the GPAT, I am going to get the admission to the M.Pharm. The various speakers, they may have given this detail regarding the importance of the GPAT, but I am telling you, qualifying GPAT, it's a recognition for you student throughout your career. Now, most of the times, whether you are going for that of the industry, whether you are going for that of the academic job, and the first question is that you have completed M.Pharm, but whether you have completed M.Pharm after qualifying GPAT or by non-qualifying GPAT. because most of the academic institute as well as the industry, they are putting this bar as a scrutiny that if the candidate has been qualified for the GPAT, then and then only they enter for the further rounds, for the interviews and all those things. Second thing is that after this GPAT, you students are going to get the handsome scholarship for doing this MPharm course. And since it is a national level examination, see, we are completing our BPharm at the university level, but when you qualify the examination at the national level, then the recognition for you from your side, it is a very significant one, and it is throughout your career. Also, the institutes like NAPER, where if you have to take the admission for the NAPER, you have to appear for the entrance of the NAPER, and in that also you must qualify first GPAT, because NAPER entrance, the eligibility for the NAPER entrance, it is the candidates who have qualified the GPAT. So this qualifying GPAT, it is very, very important as far as career development is concerned, as far as academic development is concerned. So these two things are different. That is completing the degree from the university, that is the one part, and completing and qualifying the GPAT, it is the another part. And when you are qualifying the GPAT, when you are appearing for the GPAT, since the syllabus of the GPAT, it is too vast, but how to plan the syllabus in order to complete the syllabus, how to cover more and more syllabus. So there is no any kind of the distribution of the marks. For this subject, this much weightage is there. No. So means you have to go throughout syllabus right from first year BPharm to the final year BPharm. You can't say that this particular part of the syllabus, it is not in the GPAT syllabus. Everything which is related with that of the pharmacy, it comes under the GPAT syllabus. So as far as knowledge point of view is concerned, see, in a regular academics, if you go completed first year, second year, I don't think that by coming to that of the final year, how many things you are going to remember. But when you have to appear even for that of the interview, for the industry, marketing, academics, any kind of the career development aspect is concerned, when you are going to appear for the interview, at that time, the knowledge and skills are very important. So it is expected that being a pharmacist, you should know everything that you learn or teach by the students, teach by the teacher in the first year also. And if you go with this particular exercise of the GPAT, so definitely it is also going to helpful in the industrial job or in the academic job or in the marketing job, any kind of the job purpose also, this is important. Now most of the students tell that I don't want to go for that of the MPharm, why should I appear for the GPAT? But my appeal to all the students, that first thing is that since all you have attended, so I consider that you are very serious, you are very keen, and you are interested to appear for this GPAT examination. So appear the GPAT examination, not to just appear the GPAT examination to take the admission for the MPharm, but have a target that to qualify this particular national level examination and to increase our, means at an individual level, I am telling you, to increase our academic standard, have a recognizable academic standard, and that is forever for your future. So this is actually the importance of GPAT. And the speakers that again I am congratulating to the organizers, that the speakers they have selected, they are very good, because most of the speakers, they are known to me. And how they have selected the speakers, see, I have seen that in so many conferences, when I was the part of that particular conferences, so they are selecting the speakers, they are which might be having the more experience, but this what I have seen, that these are the speakers, these are very, what we can say, young speaker, so that their fresh experience they have shared with that of the students, and that is beneficial for this student. So the Mathoshri Institute of Pharmacy, in association with the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, they have taken a very good step in order to aware the student, in order to guide the students all across the India related to that of the GPAT examination. As far as Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University is concerned, so we are also in this pandemic situation, we are concentrating on how maximum the curriculum can be completed in the stipulated time, irrespective of the situation. In the past also, we have done these things. We have completed all the syllabus. We have taken the examination up to that particular level, and in future also we are planning to give some extra subjects that may not be taught in that of this as a limitation with that of the syllabus. If possible, we can also going to do that, and we are also forwarding to that of the university. Dr. Sanjay Arote sir, principal of this institute, he is also participating in the activities which is related with that of the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. So many things actually we have tried here, whether it is a part of the practice school or whether it is a part of selection of the electives also. So we are giving liberty to the students to have more and more exposure, so that whatever our syllabus is there, they can able to complete the syllabus with the purpose why the Pharmacy Council of India has given such kind of the syllabus. So the activity which is organized by this Matoshi Institute of the Pharmacy with respect to the GPAT, and not only GPAT, for the other competitive examinations also, it is a very good. And my appeal to all the students that don't restrict your knowledge and your qualification to that of the B.Pharm. Go for that of the higher studies, and in which sector you want to go, whether it is academics, industry, research, or marketing, but enter in the field with the higher qualification. That is my appeal to all the students, because that is beneficial for you. And wherever you are going, whatever you are doing, do with all the sincerity, honesty, hard work. Just don't go for doing the things in order to complete the degrees. That is of no use. And if you, whatever the efforts you put, actually you are only going to return back, nobody else it is going to be benefited for that. So in this particular phase, whether you are in second year, third year, or final year, have a target for appearing for that of the GPAT, and especially those students, they are in either second year or third year particularly. So you are going to complete with the fifth sem, no, from the sixth sem, seventh sem, because in the eighth sem, when you are there, there will be the examination of GPAT. So hardly you have 1 year to appear for that of the examination. If the students are in third year, final year students, they have few months, they have to appear for that of the GPAT examination. So have a very stretchable studies as far as this preparation of the GPAT is concerned, because I know in order to cover maximum of the syllabus, you have to do hard work, you have to do practice, you have to go on the things revising. Just because one more thing, actually I want to, more speakers may have the given the details, but one thing importantly I want to share with you, that I have seen the students from the very first day, they are seeing the last year papers or solved papers, and from that they are seeing the questions and all those things. My suggestion is that first to go for that of the study, prepare your notes. Not only I'm telling you the notes, but prepare the notes in such a way that these should be the key points, this should be the highlights, so that the last moment brush up when you want to do, you can able to see this particular notes. And firstly, you clear cut identify the difference between the regular studies and the GPAT examination. So if you go with this, definitely I am assured that maximum of the students, those who attended this program, get benefited by this program. They are going to clear the GPAT examination, maybe this year, next year, as per your class in which you are appearing. I extend my best wishes to all of you for the preparation of GPAT and other competitive examination, and I extend my wishes for your future, and have a great achievement in the future, especially in order to do the higher education after completion of your B.Pharm also. And once again, I am very thankful to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to discuss with the student as a part of this valedictory program of this 2-day workshop on GPAT and other competitive examination in association with Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind and valuable guidance. Your guidance will surely benefit all the participants. They will come to know from this workshop that what is the importance of GPAT and how to prepare for the same. Your words were really valuable for this session. Thank you so much. Now it's time to propose vote of thanks. I extend my sincere thanks to our sponsor, that is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere, for associating with us to organize this mega event, that is 2 days national level workshop on GPAT and other pharma competitive exams. I am also thankful to our chief guest for the valedictory function and inaugural function, that is Dean Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Professor Dr. Nagesh Alulkar sir, and Associate Dean Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Dr. Vivek Kumar Redasni sir. I am also thankful to all the speakers of this event, Professor Somnath Vibhutte, Dr. Rasika Bhalke, Professor Deepak Musmade, Dr. Sagar Firke, Professor Mahendra Giri, and Mr. Mahesh Javale for delivering their sessions in this event. I am also thankful to management, Matushri Education Society, for providing us this permission and supporting us to conduct this event. I am also thankful to Professor Dr. Sanjay Arote sir to guide us and helping us to conduct this mega event. I am also thankful to co-convener of this event, Professor Mahendra Giri sir. Last but not the least, all the participants for their patient listening and registering for this event. Thank you so much.
And thankful to Ajinkya Pute, right, for organizing this all the things, right, in a proper way. Right. Thank you very much, and thank you my all colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. So the attendance link for today's sessions will be shared in the chat box. Please fill the attendance link for the documentation purpose. And second thing, the certificates for all the participants who had attended the sessions will be given till within 8 days of these from this day. That is till up till Sunday, we will deliver your certificates to your registered email address. So thank you for patient listening of these sessions and attending our mega event. Thank you everyone. I declare that the event, that is 2 days workshop on pharma competitive exams and GPAT, is over.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, link नाही सर आली चॅट बॉक्स.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, link नहीं है.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I am sharing the link.
Sir, link, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Please share the link.
Sir, link.
So participants, please find the link in the chat box and fill the link, and those who have attended all the sessions will be calculated and your certificates will be delivered within 8 days. Thank you so much. I declare that the program is over and you can leave this meeting.